Welcome to Bedtime Express, your nightly journey to peaceful slumber through the magic of storytelling. I'm your narrator, and tonight we're traveling to the enchanted city of Verona, Italy, where one of the world's most beautiful love stories unfolds beneath starlit skies and moonlit gardens. If you're ready to drift away on a cloud of beautiful words and romantic imagery, please give this video a like to help other dreamers find us. Don't forget to subscribe to Bedtime Express for more soothing bedtime stories designed especially for grown-ups, and write in comments, where do you want us to take you next time? Tonight's dreamy adventure is Romeo and Juliet, a gentle retelling of Shakespeare's timeless tale, reimagined with a peaceful romantic ending that celebrates the triumph of true love. We'll follow our young lovers through 5 enchanting chapters, from their magical first meeting at a masquerade ball to their secret garden conversations, their tender wedding ceremony, and their joyful life together in the golden city of dreams. Now, find your most comfortable position, dim the lights, and let your breathing slow and deepen. Close your eyes if you wish, and prepare to be transported to a world where love conquers all and every ending is happy. Sweet dreams await you in the magical city of Verona. All aboard the Bedtime Express. Our journey begins now. The greatest love story ever told, Romeo and Juliet. In the heart of ancient Italy, where the warm Mediterranean breeze carries the scent of orange blossoms and lavender through narrow cobblestone streets, there stood a city called Verona. This was no ordinary place, but a realm where marble fountains sang lullabies to the moon, and where every sunset painted the sky in shades of rose and gold that seemed to whisper promises of eternal love. The city's ancient walls held within them secrets that had been passed down through generations like precious gemstones, each story more beautiful than the last. Here, time moved differently than in the rest of the world, flowing like honey from a jar, sweet and golden and unhurried. The cobblestones themselves seemed to hold memories of countless lovers who had walked these paths before, their footsteps worn smooth by centuries of romance and dreams. Street vendors would sing their wares in melodious voices that floated on the air like birdsong, while children played games that had been passed down from their grandparents' grandparents, their laughter echoing off the ancient walls like silver bells. In the early mornings, when the mist still clung to the red-tiled roofs and the first rays of sunshine painted everything in soft gold, the city looked like something from a fairy tale, too beautiful to be real, yet too real to be merely imagined. The river Adige wound its way through the city like a silver ribbon, its waters reflecting the sky so perfectly that swans swimming upon its surface appeared to be floating through clouds. Along its banks grew weeping willows whose trailing branches created natural curtains of green, perfect hiding places for young lovers to steal kisses and whisper promises. Ancient bridges spanned the water, their stones worn smooth by centuries of weather and worn, each one a testament to the enduring nature of human craftsmanship and the timeless beauty of simple, elegant design. In this enchanted place, two noble families lived in grand palazzos that faced each other across a peaceful square lined with flowering chestnut trees. The Montagues dwelled in a magnificent house of cream-colored stone, its walls adorned with climbing roses that bloomed in every season, their petals falling like gentle rain onto the cobblestones below. The mansion's windows were tall and graceful, framed with intricate stonework that cast delicate shadows in the changing light throughout the day. Inside, the rooms were filled with beautiful tapestries depicting scenes of pastoral life, and every chamber held collections of books, musical instruments, and artwork that spoke of a family's deep appreciation for the finer things in life. Across the way stood the Capulet mansion, equally splendid, with gardens that seemed to have been painted by the angels themselves, where nightingales sang their sweetest melodies as twilight approached each evening. The house was built of warm honey-colored stone that seemed to glow from within, and its numerous balconies were decorated with wrought iron railings, twisted into patterns of leaves and flowers, is less than #0. 5# is greater than jasmine vines climbed the walls, their star-shaped white blossoms releasing a fragrance so intoxicating that people would pause in the street just to breathe it in. The Capulet Gardens were legendary throughout Verona for their beauty, with fountains that sparkled in the sunlight and pathways that wound through groves of fruit trees heavy with oranges, lemons, and pomegranates. Once, these families had been the dearest of friends, their children playing together in the square while their parents shared wine and laughter under the stars. Old-timers in the city still remembered those golden days when the Montagues and Capulets would host joint celebrations that lasted from sunset to sunrise, with music and dancing and feasts that brought together all the noble families of Verona. But time, like a river that changes its course, had carried away their friendship, leaving behind only the faintest memory of their former bond. Now they lived as strangers, neither enemies nor friends, simply two households who had forgotten the warmth they once shared, though neither harbored any ill will toward the other. The separation had come about gradually through a series of small misunderstandings and missed connections rather than any dramatic conflict. Perhaps it began when Lord Montague's business kept him traveling for months at a time, making it difficult to maintain the regular social visits that had once been the foundation of their friendship. Or maybe it started when Lady Capulet became absorbed in caring for her aging mother, leaving little time for the elaborate dinner parties that had once brought the families together. Whatever the cause, the distance between them had grown slowly, like two ships drifting apart on a calm sea, until one day they looked across the square and realized they had become strangers to people who had once been like family. Yet the memory of their friendship lingered in the very stones of their houses and the flowers in their gardens, as if the love they had once shared had become part of the fabric of the place itself. Sometimes, on quiet evenings when the wind was just right, the scent of roses would drift from the Montague garden to mix with the jasmine from the Capulet courtyard, creating a perfume so beautiful it seemed to whisper of reconciliation and renewed friendship. The servants of both houses, many of whom had worked for their respective families for decades, would nod politely to each other in the marketplace and sometimes pause to chat about the weather or the quality of that season's harvest. In the Montague house lived a young man whose very presence seemed to make the world around him glow with possibility. Romeo was his name, and he moved through life like poetry given human form, his dark eyes reflecting the depth of a soul that saw beauty in every shadow, wonder in every ray of sunlight. He had the kind of face that artists dream of painting, noble and strong, yet touched with a gentleness that spoke of a heart easily moved by beauty and compassion. His dark hair caught the light when he walked, and there was something in his bearing that suggested both strength and vulnerability, the combination that marks those destined for great love and great art. Romeo would spend his mornings wandering through Verona's winding streets, pausing to listen to the merchants' songs, to watch children chase butterflies through the marketplace, to observe how the light danced on the ancient fountains. He had developed the habit of carrying small notebooks with him, jotting down fragments of poetry inspired by the scenes he witnessed during his walks. A flower vendor arranging her display might inspire verses about the colors of spring, while watching an elderly couple walking hand in hand could spark reflections on the enduring nature of true love. The notebooks accumulated in his room like pressed flowers, each one capturing moments of beauty that might otherwise have been lost to time. His favorite time for these walks was the early morning, when the city was just awakening and the light had that special quality that photographers and painters spend their lives trying to capture. The bakers would be pulling their first loaves from the ovens, filling the air with the warm, yeasty smell of fresh bread, while street sweepers hummed old songs as they cleared away the debris of the previous day. Romeo would buy a warm roll from his favorite bakery and eat it as he walked, savoring both the simple pleasure of good food and the complex beauty of a city coming to life around him. Romeo had a heart that beat with the rhythm of a dreamer, always searching for something just beyond the horizon of his understanding. He would sit for hours in his family's garden, watching the clouds drift across the sky like ships sailing to distant lands, wondering what adventures awaited him in the great tapestry of life. Sometimes he would imagine himself as the hero of one of the epic poems he loved to read, sailing to far-off lands in search of treasure or glory. But more often, his daydreams centered on the possibility of finding someone who would understand the language of his heart, someone with whom he could share the wonder and beauty he found in everyday moments. His friends would often find him there, lost in contemplation, a gentle smile playing on his lips, as he dreamed of love, of purpose, of all the beautiful mysteries that tomorrow might bring. Benvolio, his closest companion since childhood, had grown accustomed to these moods and would settle beside Romeo in comfortable silence, sometimes bringing a book of his own to read, while his friend lost himself in thought. Mercutio, more restless by nature, would attempt to draw Romeo into conversation about current events or plans for the evening, but he too had learned to appreciate the peaceful quality of these garden interludes. "You spend too much time dreaming, cousin," Benvolio would sometimes tease gently. "Life is meant to be lived, not just observed." But Romeo would shake his head with that mysterious smile and reply, "How can I live fully until I know what I'm living for?" It was a question that neither of his friends could answer, though both suspected that whatever Romeo was waiting for would prove to be worth the wait. Meanwhile, in the Capulet mansion, there lived a young woman whose grace and beauty seemed to have been borrowed from the very stars themselves. Juliet was her name, and she moved through her days like a swan gliding across a still lake, her every gesture filled with an elegance that came not from practice, but from the natural poetry of her soul. She had eyes like pools of moonlight, dark and luminous, that seemed to hold secrets and promises in their depths. When she smiled, it was as if the sun had suddenly decided to shine more brightly just for the joy of it, and her laughter had the quality of silver bells caught in a gentle breeze. Juliet's beauty was not merely physical, though she was certainly lovely to look upon. What truly set her apart was the intelligence that sparkled in her eyes and the kindness that informed her every action. She had been educated by the finest tutors in Verona, and her mind was as quick and agile as her body was graceful. She could discuss philosophy with the learned men who visited her father, quote poetry in 3 languages, and solve mathematical puzzles that baffled scholars twice her age. Yet she wore her learning lightly, never using her intelligence to make others feel inferior, but rather to build bridges of understanding and communication. Juliet spent her days in her family's beautiful gardens, tending to flowers that seemed to bloom more vibrantly in her presence. She would speak to the roses as if they were old friends, sharing her thoughts and dreams with the gentle creatures that lived among the petals, the butterflies, the singing birds, the tiny lizards that basked in the morning sunday. She had developed an almost mystical connection with the natural world, understanding the subtle signs that indicated when a plant needed water or more sunlight, when the soil required enrichment, or when it was time to prune back growth to encourage new blooms. Her gardens reflected her personality in their careful balance of wildness and cultivation. There were formal sections with precisely arranged flower beds and geometrically trimmed hedges, but also areas where she allowed nature to take its course, creating natural meadows filled with wildflowers and herbs. Winding paths connected the different sections, each turn revealing new vistas of color and fragrance. She had planted climbing roses to create natural archways and trained jasmine vines to form living curtains that provided privacy for quiet contemplation. In the evenings, she would sit by her window, reading books of poetry and philosophy, her mind traveling to far-off places while her body remained safely within the walls of her home. She was particularly drawn to the works of poets who wrote about love, not because she had experienced it herself, but because something in their words resonated with a longing she felt but couldn't quite name. She would copy her favorite verses into a leather-bound journal, surrounding them with her own observations and reflections, creating a personal anthology of beautiful thoughts and inspiring ideas. Sometimes, when the moon was full and the night air was particularly sweet with the fragrance of night-blooming cereus, Juliet would stand on her balcony and imagine what it would be like to have someone to share these moments with. She would picture a companion who would appreciate the subtle beauty of moonlight on water, who would understand why the song of a nightingale could bring tears to her eyes, who would see in her gardens not just pretty flowers, but a reflection of her soul's deepest nature. These were not desperate longings, but gentle dreams, like wishes made on shooting stars, beautiful to contemplate whether or not they ever came true. Juliet's nurse, who had cared for her since infancy, would often find her in these contemplative moods and worry that the girl was too solitary, too given to introspection. "You should be thinking of parties and pretty gowns," the nurse would scold gently, "not spending all your time with books and flowers." But Juliet would smile and hug the woman who was more mother than servant to her, explaining that she found more joy in a single perfect rose than in all the parties Verona could offer. The nurse didn't quite understand, but she loved Juliet too much to argue, and she had learned to take pride in the young woman's unique perspective on life. Though Romeo and Juliet lived so close to each other that they might have tossed pebbles from one garden to the other, their paths had never crossed in any meaningful way. They existed like two stars in the same constellation, each bright and beautiful in their own right, yet unaware of the other's radiance. Romeo, in his morning walks, had occasionally passed the Capulet house and been struck by the beauty of the gardens visible through the ornate iron gates, but he had never glimpsed the gardener who tended them with such loving care. Juliet, from her balcony, had sometimes noticed a young man walking past in the early morning light, his head bent over a small notebook, but she had never seen his face clearly or wondered about his identity. Yet the universe, in its infinite wisdom, was already weaving the threads that would bring them together, preparing for a meeting that would change both their lives forever. The very air of Verona seemed to shimmer with anticipation, and those sensitive to such things began to notice subtle changes in the rhythm of daily life. The street musicians played their songs with extra passion. The flower vendors arranged their displays with unusual artistry, and even the most pragmatic citizens found themselves pausing to appreciate sunsets they might otherwise have ignored. Love was approaching Verona like a gentle spring rain, unseen but felt in the way the earth seemed to hold its breath in anticipation. The servants in both houses began to notice changes in their young charges that no one could quite explain. Romeo's old nurse, who had cared for him since he was a baby, would find him staring dreamily out of windows, a half-eaten apple forgotten in his hand, or discover him writing poetry late into the night by candlelight. His verses had always been beautiful, but lately they seemed touched with a new urgency, as if he were trying to capture something that remained just beyond his grasp. She would shake her head and mutter about young men and their fancies, but secretly she was pleased to see such passion in someone she had helped raise from infancy. Juliet's nurse observed how the girl had begun to hum mysterious melodies while she tended her flowers, songs that seemed to come from some deep place in her heart rather than from any music she had heard. Sometimes she would catch Juliet standing perfectly still in the garden, her face turned toward the sky, with an expression of such yearning that it made the older woman's heart ache with recognition. She remembered feeling that way herself once, many years ago, before life and loss had tempered her romantic nature with practical wisdom. She wondered if Juliet was finally ready to fall in love, and if so, who might be worthy of such a pure and beautiful heart. As spring blossomed into summer, the air in Verona grew thick with possibility. The jasmine bloomed more fragrant than ever before. The fountains seemed to sing with extra sweetness, and even the ancient stones of the city appeared to glow with an inner light. Something magical was stirring in the warm evening air, something that made the hearts of young lovers everywhere beat a little faster with anticipation. The very pigeons that roosted in the eaves of the ancient buildings seemed to coo more melodiously, and shopkeepers found themselves humming as they arranged their wares. Romeo began to feel a restlessness he couldn't quite name, as if his soul was calling out for something he had never known but somehow missed terribly. He would wake in the mornings with the strangest sensation that he had been dreaming of someone, though he could never quite remember the face that had visited him in his sleep. The dreams left him with a curious mixture of joy and melancholy, as if he had been granted a glimpse of paradise, only to have it fade upon waking. Is less than #0. 5# is greater than. He found himself writing more poetry than ever, but also tearing up more pages in frustration when words failed to capture the emotions that swirled within him like autumn leaves caught in a whirlwind. He began to take longer walks through the city, extending his routes to explore neighborhoods he had never visited before, as if searching for something without knowing what he hoped to find. He found himself walking past the Capulet house more frequently, though he told himself it was simply because he enjoyed the beauty of their gardens and the way the morning light played through the leaves of their ancient olive trees. Sometimes he would pause at the corner where their street intersected with the main thoroughfare, pretending to study his notebook while actually absorbing the peaceful atmosphere that seemed to surround the house like an invisible aura of contentment. Juliet, too, felt a curious stirring in her heart, a longing that seemed to have no source and no cure. She would stand at her window in the evenings, looking out over the square, feeling as though she was waiting for something wonderful to happen, though she had no idea what it might be. The feeling was not unpleasant, indeed. It filled her with a kind of excited anticipation that made even ordinary activities seem touched with magic. She would find herself choosing her clothes more carefully, as if preparing for an important event that existed only in her imagination, and spending extra time arranging her hair in styles that framed her face most becomingly. Sometimes she thought she glimpsed a figure walking past in the twilight, and her heart would skip a beat for reasons she couldn't explain. She began to time her evening walks in the garden to coincide with the hour when this mysterious figure seemed most likely to pass, though she was careful to position herself where she could observe without being seen. She told herself she was simply curious about the identity of someone who walked with such obvious appreciation for beauty, someone who moved through the world with the measured pace of a poet or philosopher. But deep in her heart, she suspected her interest was more than mere curiosity. The changing season brought with it a series of festivals and celebrations that filled Verona's calendar with opportunities for music, dancing, and social gatherings. Both Romeo and Juliet found themselves paying more attention to these events than they had in previous years, though neither could have explained why the prospect of crowds and parties suddenly seemed more appealing. Their friends and families began to encourage their participation, sensing that both young people might benefit from more social interaction and the possibility of meeting suitable companions. Lord Montague, observing his son's dreamy distraction, and the way Romeo seemed to be waiting for something he couldn't name, suggested that perhaps it was time for the young man to begin thinking seriously about marriage. "You're at the perfect age," he said kindly one evening as they shared wine in the family's library, "and I know many suitable young ladies who would be honored by your attention." Romeo smiled and nodded politely, but in his heart he knew that no arrangement made by others could satisfy the yearning in his soul. He was waiting for something far more profound than a suitable match. He was waiting for recognition, for the moment when he would look into someone's eyes and see his own reflection looking back. Lady Capulet had similar thoughts about her daughter, though she approached the subject with more delicacy. She had noticed Juliet's increasing thoughtfulness and the way the girl seemed to be growing more beautiful each day, as if some inner light were beginning to shine more brightly. "Perhaps it's time we began entertaining more frequently," she suggested to her husband one evening. Juliet should have more opportunities to meet young people of quality, to develop friendships that might blossom into something deeper. Lord Capulet agreed, having observed the same changes in his daughter and wanting nothing more than her happiness. And so the stage was set in this golden city of dreams, where two young hearts were unknowingly preparing for a love that would bloom like the most beautiful flower in all of Verona's gardens. The universe held its breath, waiting for the moment when these two souls would finally discover each other and realize that all their dreaming and longing had been leading them to this one perfect meeting. Love was coming to Verona, arriving on feet as soft as rose petals, bringing with it all the wonder and magic that only true love can bestow. The ancient walls of the city seemed to hum with anticipation, and even the most skeptical residents found themselves believing in the possibility of miracles. The invitation arrived on a summer morning when the air shimmered with heat and possibility, delivered by a servant dressed in the finest livery and carrying himself with the dignity befitting such an important message. Lord Capulet, in a moment of generous spirit, inspired by the beauty of the season and his desire to see his daughter surrounded by joy, had decided to host a grand masquerade ball to celebrate the summer solstice and to bring together all the noble families of Verona in a night of music, dancing, and magical encounters beneath the light of paper lanterns. The announcement spread through the city like the sweet fragrance of night-blooming jasmine, carried from house to house by excited servants and repeated in every marketplace and gathering place, carrying with it promises of romance and wonder that made hearts flutter with anticipation. The invitation itself was a work of art, written on cream-colored parchment in elegant script and sealed with wax bearing the Capulet family crest. It spoke of an evening of celebration in honor of midsummer's magic, when the boundary between dreams and reality grows thin and anything seems possible. All the noble families of Verona were cordially invited to attend in costume and mask, to dance until dawn, and to celebrate the beauty of life in all its forms. The invitation requested that guests come prepared to leave their everyday identities at the door and to embrace the spirit of mystery and enchantment that would transform the Capulet mansion into a realm of pure fantasy. Is less than #2, 0 is greater than. Word of the ball spread quickly through both the Montague and Capulet households, creating a buzz of excitement that infected everyone from the highest lord to the humblest kitchen maid. In the Capulet mansion, preparations began immediately with an energy and enthusiasm that seemed to charge the very air with electricity. Servants hung garlands of white roses and trailing ivy from every doorway, their fingers working with the practiced skill of artists creating a masterpiece. Others polished the marble floors until they gleamed like mirrors reflecting the sky, while still others washed windows until they sparkled like diamonds, letting in floods of golden sunlight that danced across the preparations like nature's own blessing. The great hall was transformed into a wonderland that seemed to exist outside the normal rules of time and space. Hundreds of white candles were placed in holders of silver and crystal, ready to cast dancing shadows on the walls when evening came. Musicians arrived to tune their instruments and rehearse the melodies that would make hearts soar and feet move in perfect rhythm. The sound of lutes and viols, flutes and gentle drums filled the air with practice sessions that were almost as beautiful as the performance itself would be. Long tables were set up in adjoining rooms, ready to be laden with delicacies that would tempt every palate and please every eye. Lady Capulet supervised every detail with the eye of someone determined to create perfection, while Lord Capulet beamed with the satisfaction of a man who knew he was giving his community a gift that would be remembered for years to come. "This will be a night of pure magic," he declared to anyone within earshot. "A night when every guest feels like royalty and every moment seems touched by starlight." His enthusiasm was infectious, spreading to every servant and preparation worker until the entire household hummed with excitement and anticipation. Juliet watched these preparations with growing excitement that she tried to contain within the bounds of ladylike composure, though her eyes sparkled with an inner light that betrayed her true feelings. She had never attended such a grand celebration before, having been considered too young for the elaborate social events that filled Verona's calendar. The thought of wearing a beautiful gown and dancing among the elite of Verona filled her with a delightful mixture of nervousness and anticipation that made her feel more alive than she had ever felt before. She spent hours imagining what the evening would bring, picturing herself gliding across the polished floors in the arms of accomplished dancers, engaging in witty conversation with interesting strangers, perhaps even meeting someone who would understand the language of her heart. Her nurse helped her choose a gown that would be perfect for such an occasion, and together they selected a creation that seemed spun from moonbeams and starlight. The dress was made of silk the color of midnight sky, so dark it was almost black, but shot through with silver threads that caught the light like captured stars whenever she moved. The bodice was fitted to perfection, emphasizing her graceful figure without being immodest, while the skirt flowed like water from her waist to the floor in graceful folds that rustled softly with each step. Tiny pearls were sewn along the neckline and sleeves, creating constellations of white against the dark fabric, and the whole ensemble seemed to have been designed by someone who understood that true elegance comes from simplicity elevated to an art form. The mask that would complete her costume was a masterpiece of craftsmanship, made of silver and white with delicate lacework patterns that would conceal her identity while highlighting the luminous beauty of her eyes. It was decorated with tiny diamonds that caught the light like tears of joy, and white feathers so fine they seemed to flutter with her breath. When she tried it on and looked at herself in the mirror, she saw a mysterious stranger looking back, someone who might be capable of adventures and romances that the everyday Juliet could only dream about. Meanwhile, in the Montague house, Romeo's friends were attempting to convince him to attend the celebration with an enthusiasm that bordered on conspiracy. Benvolio, his dearest companion and voice of gentle reason, argued that an evening of music and dancing would lift Romeo's spirits and perhaps help him forget the melancholy that had been clouding his days like a beautiful but persistent mist. "You've been too much alone with your thoughts lately," he said with the concern of a true friend. "A night among people with music and laughter will remind you that the world is full of beauty and possibility." Mercutio, ever the jester and philosopher wrapped in one unpredictable package, insisted that life was too short not to seize every opportunity for adventure and merriment that presented itself. He danced around Romeo's room with theatrical flair, his cape swirling behind him like wings, acting out elaborate scenes of romantic conquest and dramatic revelations. "Come, Romeo," he declared with his characteristic wit, "let us don our masks and dance among the stars. Perhaps tonight the universe will surprise us with wonders we never imagined possible, with encounters that will change the very course of our destinies." His performance was so entertaining that even Romeo, lost as he was in his private world of dreams and longings, couldn't help but smile at his friend's irrepressible spirit. Romeo, though hesitant at first and claiming that he had no interest in parties or social gatherings, eventually found himself swayed by his friend's enthusiasm and by something deeper, a whisper in his heart that suggested this night might hold special significance. He couldn't explain the feeling, but something about the approaching evening felt different from other social obligations, charged with a potential that made his pulse quicken with anticipation. Perhaps it was simply the influence of the summer solstice, when the barriers between ordinary life and magic traditionally grew thin, or perhaps it was something more personal, a sense that he was approaching a moment of destiny that would change everything. He dressed with more care than usual, selecting garments that would be appropriate for such a grand occasion, while still reflecting his personal taste for understated elegance. He chose a doublet of deep blue velvet that brought out the color of his eyes, paired with black hose and a cloak of midnight blue lined with silver silk. His mask was simple but striking, black silk that gave him an air of romantic mystery while allowing his expressive eyes to shine through. When he looked at himself in the mirror, he saw a stranger capable of bold actions and passionate speeches, someone who might be brave enough to approach the most beautiful woman in the room and ask her to dance. As the sun began to set, painting Verona in shades of amber and rose that seemed particularly brilliant on this magical evening, guests began to arrive at the Capulet mansion in a parade of elegance that transformed the usually quiet street into a river of silk and jewels. They came in carriages decorated with flowers and ribbons, the horses' harnesses polished to gleaming brightness, and their manes braided with colorful streamers that fluttered in the evening breeze. Ladies emerged from their conveyances like butterflies unfolding from cocoons, their gowns rustling like autumn leaves, and their masks transforming them into creatures of fantasy and dreams. Gentlemen escorted them with gallant courtesy, their own costumes ranging from the historically elaborate to the whimsically creative, each one carefully chosen to create a particular impression or fulfill a private fantasy. The very air seemed to sparkle with anticipation as lords and ladies, merchants and nobles, artists and scholars all gathered together for an evening when social boundaries would blur and everyone would be equal in the democracy of masks and mystery. Conversations buzzed with excitement about costumes and identities, with games of Guess Who that would continue throughout the evening. The scent of perfume and flowers mingled with the warm summer air, creating an intoxicating atmosphere that seemed to promise adventure and romance in equal measure. The great hall, when the guests finally entered it, looked like something from the most beautiful fairy tale ever imagined. The hundreds of candles cast dancing shadows on the walls while simultaneously filling the space with golden light that made everything seem to glow from within. The garlands of roses and ivy created natural archways and alcoves perfect for intimate conversation, while the polished marble floors reflected the candlelight like a still lake reflecting stars. Musicians had taken their places in a gallery overlooking the main floor, their instruments gleaming in the candlelight as they prepared to weave the musical spell that would bring the evening to life. The hall filled gradually with the sound of laughter and conversation, punctuated by the sweet melodies of lutes and viols as the musicians began their performance. Couples began to dance almost immediately, their movements as graceful as swans upon a moonlit lake, while others gathered around the edges of the room, sharing wine and stories in the gentle glow of candlelight. The masquerade had transformed everyone into mysterious strangers, free to be whoever they wished to be for this one magical night, liberated from the constraints of their everyday identities and social expectations. Servants moved through the crowd like spirits, appearing and disappearing with trays of delicacies and goblets of wine that sparkled like liquid rubies in the candlelight. Tables laden with artistic arrangements of food created still life paintings too beautiful to disturb, though guests were encouraged to sample everything from delicate pastries shaped like flowers to fruits carved into elaborate sculptures. The very air seemed to taste of celebration, sweet with the mingled scents of roses, fine wine, and the indefinable essence of joy that fills a space when people gather with hearts open to wonder. Romeo entered the celebration with his friends, immediately struck by the beauty of the scene before him, though he felt somewhat overwhelmed by the grandeur and the crowd of masked strangers. The hall looked like something from a fairy tale, with its dancing couples and flickering candles, creating an atmosphere of pure enchantment that made him feel as though he had stepped through a doorway into another world entirely. He moved through the crowd slowly, feeling as though he were walking through a dream, his eyes searching the room for something he couldn't name, some sign or signal that would tell him why he had felt so compelled to attend this particular gathering. Benvolio stayed close to Romeo's side, pointing out various guests and attempting to identify them despite their masks, while Mercutio immediately threw himself into the spirit of the evening with characteristic enthusiasm. "Look at this magnificent spectacle," Mercutio declared, spinning in a circle with his arms outstretched to encompass the entire scene. "Every person here is a story waiting to be discovered. Every mask hides a mystery that could change our lives forever." He bowed deeply to a lady in an elaborate peacock costume, then launched into an impromptu dance that drew appreciative laughter from nearby guests. Romeo found himself both enchanted and oddly detached from the celebration, as if he were watching it all through glass, appreciating its beauty, but not quite feeling part of it. He accepted a goblet of wine from a passing servant and positioned himself where he could observe the dancers, marveling at the skill and grace with which they moved to the intricate melodies flowing down from the musicians' gallery. The music itself seemed to have a life of its own, weaving between the conversations and laughter, like silk ribbons connecting every heart in the room to a shared rhythm of joy and celebration. And then, as if drawn by an invisible thread stronger than fate itself, his gaze fell upon a figure standing near the far wall, partially concealed by a group of elderly ladies who were deep in animated conversation about the evening's costumes and decorations. She was listening politely to their chatter, her head tilted slightly in the graceful way of someone genuinely interested in what others have to say, and even from across the crowded room, Romeo could sense something extraordinary about her presence that set her apart from every other person in attendance. She moved with the fluid grace of flowing water, and when she turned her head to look around the room, the light from the candles seemed to gather around her like golden silk, as if the very illumination of the hall were drawn to her beauty like flowers turning toward the Sunday. For a moment that seemed to stretch into eternity, time stood perfectly still in the great hall of the Capulet mansion. The music faded to a whisper that existed only at the edges of consciousness. The chatter of the crowd became a distant murmur like waves breaking on a faraway shore, and Romeo found himself unable to look away from this vision of beauty that seemed to have materialized from his deepest dreams. He had heard poets speak of love at first sight, but had always assumed it was merely a romantic fancy invented by storytellers to add drama to their tales, until this moment, when his heart began to beat with a rhythm he had never felt before, strong and sure and completely beyond his control. The young woman wore a gown that seemed to have been cut from the midnight sky itself, dark and mysterious, yet shot through with silver threads that caught the candlelight with every movement. Her mask was a masterpiece of silver and white that concealed her features while somehow making her even more beautiful, and tiny diamonds scattered across its surface caught the light like captured stars. But it was something beyond her physical beauty that held Romeo transfixed, an aura of gentleness and intelligence, a quality of presence that suggested depths he could spend a lifetime exploring without ever reaching the bottom. Juliet, unaware of the young man watching her from across the room with such intensity, was enjoying her first taste of such a grand celebration, though she too felt somewhat like an observer rather than a full participant in the evening's festivities. She loved watching the dancers whirl past in their brilliant costumes, their faces hidden behind masks that transformed them into characters from legend and fantasy. The way the candlelight made everything seem magical and otherworldly delighted her artistic sensibilities, and she found herself mentally composing descriptions of the scenes around her, filing away images and impressions to treasure in her memory long after the evening ended. The elderly ladies beside her were discussing the various costumes with the expertise of seasoned observers of fashion and social dynamics. "That gentleman in the blue doublet has excellent taste," one was saying, while another pointed out the historical accuracy of a lady's Renaissance-inspired gown. Juliet listened with polite interest, but found her attention drifting as she scanned the crowd, taking in the magnificent spectacle of Verona's nobility, transformed into a gathering of mysterious strangers, united in the spirit of celebration and wonder. But suddenly, she felt the strangest sensation, as if someone were calling her name without speaking aloud, as if invisible threads were drawing her attention in a specific direction with an urgency she couldn't ignore. The feeling was so strong and unexpected that it made her catch her breath, and she found herself turning slowly to scan the crowd, searching for the source of this mysterious summons that seemed to come from somewhere deeper than sound. She turned slowly, her eyes scanning the crowd with growing anticipation, and then she saw him, a young man in a mask of black silk, standing perfectly still among the moving crowd like a statue of some romantic hero, looking directly at her with an intensity that made her breath catch in her throat and her heart begin to race with a rhythm she had never experienced before. Even with his face partially concealed by the elegant mask, she could see the depth in his dark eyes, and something in her heart recognized him as if they had met in dreams countless times before this moment, as if her soul had been searching for his across time and space. The recognition was immediate and complete, not of his physical features, which were hidden behind his mask, but of something far deeper, a resonance between their spirits that transcended the physical world entirely. In that instant, Juliet understood what the poets had been trying to describe in all their verses about destiny and soulmates and love that conquers all obstacles. This was not mere attraction, though he was certainly handsome even behind his mask, but something far more profound, a sense of coming home to a place she had never been, of finding the missing piece of herself that she hadn't even known was lost. Without conscious thought or deliberate decision, Romeo began to move through the crowd toward her, his feet carrying him forward as if guided by destiny itself, as if all the paths of his life had been leading to this moment and this meeting. The guests parted before him like water, their conversations and laughter continuing around him while he existed in a bubble of perfect focus and determination. Soon he found himself standing just a few steps away from the most beautiful woman he had ever seen, close enough to notice the way her gown rustled softly with her breathing, the way the diamonds on her mask caught the light like tears of joy, the way her presence seemed to create a circle of calm in the midst of the celebration's joyful chaos. Up close, he could see that her eyes held depths he could spend a lifetime exploring, dark and luminous like pools of starlight, filled with an intelligence and kindness that took his breath away more completely than any mere physical beauty ever could. There was something in her expression that suggested she was experiencing the same sense of recognition and wonder that was overwhelming his own senses, as if she too felt that they were meeting not for the first time, but for the first time in this lifetime, after countless meetings in dreams and possibilities. "My lady," he said softly, his voice barely audible above the music and conversation that filled the great hall, yet somehow carrying clearly to her ears, as if the very air between them were charged with significance. "Might I have the honor of this dance?" He extended his hand toward her with the fluid grace of someone who has suddenly found his purpose in life, and as he did so, he felt his entire world shift and rearrange itself around this moment, this choice, this reaching towards someone who represented everything he had been searching for without knowing what he sought. Juliet looked at his outstretched hand, elegant in its black glove, and felt that same sense of momentous decision that Romeo was experiencing. Something in her soul whispered that if she took his hand, if she allowed him to lead her onto the dance floor, her life would never be the same again, not as a warning, but as a promise of wonder beyond her wildest dreams. She had spent years dreaming of someone who would understand the language of her heart, someone who would see in her more than just a pretty face or a suitable match, someone whose very presence would make her feel fully alive for the first time in her existence. Slowly, with the grace of a flower turning towards sunlight, she placed her hand in his, and the moment their fingers touched through the silk of their gloves, both felt a spark of recognition, so profound it was as if they had been searching for each other their entire lives without knowing it. The contact sent electricity through both their bodies, not the simple attraction of youth and beauty, but something far deeper. The recognition of two souls that had been created as perfect complements to each other, two halves of a whole that was finally being reunited after an eternity of separation. Romeo led her onto the dance floor with infinite care, as if he were handling the most precious and fragile treasure in the world, while around them the other couples continued their own dances without seeming to notice that something miraculous was occurring in their midst. The musicians, perhaps sensing the significance of the moment through that mysterious connection that exists between artists and their audience, shifted into a melody that seemed written specifically for this moment, slow and romantic, yet with an underlying current of joy that made the heart soar with possibilities. They began to move together in perfect harmony, as if they had been dancing together since the beginning of time, rather than meeting for the first time just moments before. Their steps matched instinctively, their bodies finding a rhythm that felt as natural as breathing, as inevitable as the sunrise. The other couples seemed to fade into the background, becoming merely a soft blur of color and movement, while Romeo and Juliet existed in a world that contained only the two of them, and the music that seemed to weave around their movements like silk ribbons binding their hearts together in an unbreakable bond. They spoke little during those first magical moments on the dance floor, but their eyes held entire conversations, sharing thoughts and feelings that had never been put into words, because no words existed that were adequate to express such profound recognition and joy. Romeo found himself drowning in the depths of her gaze, discovering new continents of beauty and intelligence with every passing second, while Juliet felt as though she were finally seeing the world in full color for the first time after a lifetime of black and white. The music swelled around them, carrying them through movements that felt less like dancing and more like flying, as if they had transcended the ordinary limitations of gravity and earthbound existence. Other guests began to notice the young couple, commenting on how perfectly they moved together and speculating about their identities behind their beautiful masks. But Romeo and Juliet remained oblivious to the world around them, existing only in the perfect bubble of their newfound love. "What is your name, fair stranger?" Romeo finally whispered as they swayed to the gentle rhythm of a particularly beautiful melody, his voice filled with wonder at his own boldness and at the intimacy that had developed between them so quickly and naturally. Juliet smiled at the question, her lips curving in an expression of such sweetness that Romeo felt his knees grow weak with the beauty of it. "Names seem so unimportant tonight," she replied softly, her voice like music itself, melodious and warm and filled with promise. "Can we not simply be two souls who have found each other in this magical place, free from all the expectations and complications that names and identities bring with them?" Romeo smiled at her wisdom, understanding immediately that she was right. In this moment, surrounded by mystery and candlelight and the transformative magic of the masquerade, they were not bound by the ordinary rules of the world outside these walls. They were simply two hearts beating in perfect synchronization, two spirits who had recognized their eternal companion and chosen to celebrate that recognition with this dance that felt like a sacred ritual of union and devotion. "You speak with the voice of wisdom itself," he replied, spinning her gently so that her dark gown flared around her like the petals of some exotic night-blooming flower. They danced through song after song, lost in each other's presence and completely unaware that time was passing or that the world around them continued to exist. The music seemed to have been composed specifically for them, each melody perfectly suited to their movements and their mood, carrying them through moments of playful joy and others of profound tenderness. Sometimes they would dance close together, their bodies moving in perfect harmony, while other times Romeo would spin Juliet away from him only to draw her back, as if demonstrating that no distance could truly separate them now that they had found each other. Other guests continued to watch them with growing fascination, amazed by the obvious connection between the mysterious couple and the grace with which they moved together. They danced as if they were created for each other. One elderly gentleman observed to his wife, who nodded in agreement as she remembered her own youth and the way true love could make even the simplest activities feel like acts of magic. "I haven't seen such perfect harmony on a dance floor in decades," she replied, dabbing at her eyes with a lace handkerchief as she was moved to tears by the beauty of what she was witnessing. As the evening wore on and the candles burned lower in their holders, creating an even more intimate atmosphere in the great hall, Romeo and Juliet finally stepped away from the dancing to find a quiet corner where they could speak more privately and begin to learn about each other beyond the wordless communication they had been sharing through movement and music. They discovered a small alcove decorated with trailing roses, where the music was softer and they could hear each other's whispered words without having to compete with the conversations and laughter that filled the main hall. There, in the gentle shadows created by the climbing vines and the flickering candlelight, they began to share the stories of their lives, speaking in low voices that carried the intimacy of confession and the wonder of discovery. They spoke of dreams and hopes, of poetry and music, of all the beautiful things that filled their hearts with wonder and made life worth living. Romeo told her about his love of wandering through the city at dawn, about the notebooks full of poetry he had been writing since he was old enough to hold a pen, about his sense that he had been waiting his entire life for something wonderful to happen without knowing what it might be. Juliet shared her passion for gardening and the way she felt connected to the natural world, her love of books and philosophy, her habit of speaking to flowers as if they were old friends who understood her better than most people did. She told him about standing on her balcony in the evenings, looking out over the city and feeling as though she were waiting for someone without knowing who or when they might arrive. "I used to think I was waiting for adventure," she said softly, "but now I realize I was waiting for you." Romeo felt his heart swell with emotion at her words, moved not only by their beauty but by the way they echoed his own deepest feelings. "I have felt as though I were living someone else's life," he confessed, taking her hands gently in his own and marveling at how perfectly they fit together, as if they had been designed by some divine craftsman specifically for this joining, as if my real existence hadn't begun yet, and I was just marking time until it did. And now, Juliet asked gently, though she could see the answer in his eyes before he spoke. Now I feel as though I have finally come home, he replied, his voice filled with wonder at the truth of his own words and at the way his entire understanding of himself and his place in the world had been transformed in the space of a single evening. Not to a place, but to a person, to you, to this feeling of recognition and completion that I never knew was possible until this moment. Juliet felt tears of joy spring to her eyes at his response, because she understood exactly what he meant and felt the same transformation taking place in her own heart. All her life she had felt as though she was sleepwalking through her days, going through the motions of living without ever feeling truly alive or fully present in her own existence. But from the moment she had seen Romeo across the crowded ballroom, she had felt awakened, energized, fully present in her own life for the first time, as if someone had suddenly turned up the brightness and saturation on the world around her. "I love you," she said suddenly, the words escaping her lips before she could stop them, though she felt no regret at their honesty or at the way they hung in the air between them like a bridge of light connecting their hearts. "I know it should be impossible to love someone so completely after such a short time, but my heart knows what it knows, and it knows that you are my destiny, my other half, the person I was created to love and be loved by." Romeo felt as though the entire universe had just rearranged itself around those three simple words, as if all the stars in the sky had suddenly shifted into new patterns that spelled out the secret name of true love. "And I love you," he replied with equal fervor, his voice strong and sure despite the emotion that threatened to overwhelm him. "More than I knew it was possible to love, more than I ever dreamed my heart could contain, with a certainty that feels like coming home after a lifetime of wandering in the wilderness." They spent the rest of the night in their private alcove, making plans to meet again and continue the magical conversation that had begun with a single dance and was now flourishing like a garden in spring rain. Neither wanted to say goodbye or return to the ordinary world that existed beyond this perfect bubble of candlelight and roses, but both knew that dawn would come eventually, and with it the necessity of returning to their separate lives until they could arrange another meeting. They agreed to meet the following evening in the garden behind the Capulet house, where they could continue to explore this miraculous connection they had discovered under the protective cover of darkness and the blessing of the stars. As the first pale light of morning began to touch the eastern sky, filtering through the tall windows of the great hall and mixing with the golden glow of the candles, Romeo and Juliet exchanged their final whispered words of love and devotion. They parted reluctantly, each carrying the other's promise to meet again and the knowledge that their lives had been forever changed by this one magical night. Love had taken root in the ballroom of the Capulet house, planted in soil made fertile by years of dreaming and longing, and it was already growing stronger with each passing moment, ready to bloom into something beautiful beyond all imagining. Romeo watched as Juliet disappeared into the crowd of departing guests, her dark gown rustling like whispered promises, her silver mask catching the morning light one last time before she vanished from sight. He stood in the alcove for several minutes after she was gone, trying to preserve every detail of the evening in his memory, to capture the feeling of her hand in his and the sound of her voice saying she loved him. When Benvolio and Mercutio finally found him and insisted it was time to leave, Romeo followed them in a daze of perfect happiness, his heart singing with melodies more beautiful than any the musicians had played that night. The next day dawned with unusual beauty, as if the universe itself were celebrating the love that had bloomed the night before in the candlelit halls of the Capulet mansion. The sun rose slowly over Verona, painting the ancient walls in shades of gold and amber, while a gentle breeze carried the scent of jasmine and honeysuckle through the winding streets with unusual intensity, as if all the flowers in the city had decided to bloom more fragrantly in honor of true love's arrival. The very air seemed to shimmer with possibility, charged with an energy that made even the most practical citizens pause in their daily routines to appreciate the extraordinary beauty of an ordinary summer morning. Those who were particularly sensitive to such things might have noticed that the birds sang with extra sweetness, their melodies more complex and joyful than usual, while the flowers bloomed more vibrantly than ever before, their colors so rich and saturated they seemed to glow with inner light. The fountains in the city squares appeared to dance with unusual grace, their water catching the morning sun and throwing rainbows into the air with every splash and spray. Even the ancient stones of the city's walls and buildings seemed to have taken on a warmer tone, as if they had absorbed some of the magic that had filled the air during the masquerade and were now radiating it back into the world. Romeo woke from dreams filled with images of dancing in candlelight, of eyes that held the wisdom of ages, of hands that fit perfectly within his own, of a voice like music speaking words of love that echoed in his heart like church bells ringing across the countryside. He rose and dressed slowly, moving through his morning routine like a man still partially lost in a beautiful dream from which he had no desire to wake. Every moment felt charged with anticipation for the evening to come, when he would meet his mysterious lady in the garden she had described, and the hours until darkness seemed to stretch ahead of him like an eternity of sweet torture. He found it impossible to concentrate on any of his usual activities, abandoning his breakfast half-eaten and his correspondence unfinished as his mind wandered again and again to memories of the previous night. He spent the day wandering through Verona's streets, but seeing nothing of the familiar sights that usually caught his attention and inspired his poetry. Instead, his mind was filled with memories of the masquerade, the way she had moved with such natural grace, the sound of her laughter like silver bells in the wind, the feeling of absolute rightness when they danced together, as if they had been practicing for years rather than meeting for the first time. He found himself composing poetry in his head as he walked, trying to capture the essence of what he had experienced, though he knew no words could ever be adequate to describe such perfection. Lines flowed through his consciousness like streams of light. She moves like music given form, speaks like wisdom clothed in beauty, loves like sunlight blessing flowers. He pulled out his notebook and scribbled frantically, trying to preserve these fragments of inspiration. But every verse he wrote seemed pale and inadequate compared to the reality of her presence and the miracle of their connection. His friends noticed the change in him immediately when they met for their usual midday meal at a tavern near the city center. Benvolio observed Romeo's distracted air and the way he stared out the window instead of eating, while Mercutio launched into an elaborate analysis of Romeo's transformation, complete with theatrical gestures and philosophical observations. "Our Romeo has been struck by Cupid's arrow," Mercutio declared with characteristic flair, "and transformed from a melancholy dreamer into a man possessed by love's sweet madness. He was more right than he knew, though he spoke in jest, for Romeo felt indeed as though he had been fundamentally altered by the events of the previous evening." Meanwhile, Juliet moved through her own day in a similar state of blissful distraction, her thoughts returning again and again to the mysterious stranger who had appeared in her life like the answer to prayers she hadn't known she was praying. She helped her nurse tend to the household tasks with unusual cheerfulness, humming melodies that seemed to come from some deep well of joy within her heart. Every ordinary activity was transformed by her happiness. Arranging flowers became an act of artistic creation. Preparing tea became a ritual of celebration. Walking through the house became a dance of anticipation and delight. She had never imagined that love could strike so suddenly or feel so completely right, as if all the pieces of her life had suddenly fallen into their proper places with an almost audible click of recognition and completion. The doubts and hesitations she might have expected to feel were nowhere to be found, replaced by a certainty so profound it felt like discovering a fundamental law of the universe, something as natural and inevitable as the rising of the sun or the changing of the seasons. In the afternoon, she retreated to her beloved garden to wait for evening, sitting among her roses and watching the shadows grow longer as the sun traveled across the sky in its ancient journey toward the western horizon. The garden had always been her sanctuary, but today it felt especially magical, as if it were preparing itself to witness something extraordinary, some moment that would be remembered and treasured for years to come. The flowers seemed to nod approvingly in the gentle breeze, while butterflies danced among the blossoms with extra joy, and even the tiny lizards that basked on the warm stones appeared to bask more contentedly than usual. She chose her clothing for the evening with unusual care, selecting a gown of pale rose silk that seemed to capture and reflect the last light of day. Simple yet elegant, beautiful without being ostentatious. She wove small white roses from her garden into her hair, creating a crown of flowers that made her look like a fairy queen from an ancient legend, while her natural beauty was enhanced but never overshadowed by these simple ornaments. When she looked at herself in her mirror, she saw a woman transformed by love, her eyes bright with joy and her face luminous with anticipation for the evening's meeting. As twilight began to paint the sky in shades of purple and rose, casting long shadows across the city and transforming familiar landscapes into something from a fairy tale, Juliet's heart began to beat faster with anticipation. She had arranged with her nurse to be left alone in the garden after dinner, claiming she needed solitude to think and pray after the excitement of the masquerade. The kind woman had agreed without question, though she had given Juliet several curious looks throughout the day, sensing that something profound had changed in her young charge, but not quite able to identify what it might be. Romeo too felt the pull of approaching evening, like a tide drawing him inevitably toward shore, like a compass needle pointing toward true north. As darkness began to settle over the city in layers of deepening blue and purple, he made his way quietly through the winding streets toward the Capulet mansion, his heart pounding with nervous excitement and his mind racing with possibilities for what the evening might bring. He found himself walking more slowly than usual, savoring the anticipation of seeing her again while simultaneously longing to cover the distance between them as quickly as possible. The garden, when he finally reached it, was even more beautiful than he had imagined from her brief description the night before. It was surrounded by ancient stone walls covered in climbing roses and jasmine, creating a private sanctuary that felt removed from the rest of the world, a secret kingdom where ordinary rules didn't apply and magic was not only possible but inevitable. Fruit trees heavy with summer's bounty created natural alcoves perfect for intimate conversation, while a small fountain in the center provided a gentle soundtrack of flowing water that seemed to welcome him into this enchanted space. The entire garden was bathed in silver moonlight that transformed every leaf and flower into something from a dream, while night-blooming jasmine released its intoxicating fragrance into the air, creating an atmosphere so romantic it might have been designed by the gods of love themselves. Romeo found a shadowy spot near the wall where he could wait without being seen, his eyes scanning the garden for any sign of his beloved, his heart singing with joy at simply being in the place where they would meet. And then, like a vision stepping out of his most beautiful dreams, Juliet appeared on a balcony overlooking the garden, moving with the fluid grace he remembered so well from their dance. She moved to the stone railing and leaned against it, looking out over her family's beautiful sanctuary with an expression of such tender longing that Romeo's heart nearly stopped beating from the sheer beauty of the sight. In the moonlight, she looked like a goddess who had descended from the heavens to grace the earth with her presence, her pale gown seeming to glow with inner light, and her flower-crowned hair creating a halo of ethereal beauty around her face. For a long moment, Romeo simply watched her, hardly daring to breathe for fear of disturbing the perfect beauty of the scene spread out before him. Is less than #0. 5 is greater than to 1 She stood so still that she might have been carved from marble by some master sculptor, except for the gentle rise and fall of her breathing and the way the night breeze stirred the silk of her gown and played with the loose tendrils of hair that had escaped from her flower crown. The moonlight seemed to gather around her like a personal blessing, highlighting the elegant curve of her neck and the graceful line of her profile, making her appear almost too beautiful for mortal eyes to behold. Finally, unable to remain silent any longer, Romeo stepped forward into a patch of moonlight where she could see him, his movement causing her to turn toward him with a smile so radiant it seemed to make the entire garden brighter. "My lady," he called softly, his voice carrying clearly in the still night air, "you are more beautiful than all the stars in the heavens combined, more lovely than the moon herself in all her silver glory." Juliet started slightly at the sound of his voice, then broke into that smile that had haunted his dreams all day, an expression so full of joy and relief that it transformed her already beautiful features into something that belonged more in heaven than on earth. "You came," she said simply, as if those 2 words contained all the happiness and wonder in the world, as if his presence had just confirmed her faith in miracles and magic and all the beautiful impossibilities that make life worth living. "I wasn't certain you would be able to find me, or that last night wasn't just a beautiful dream from which I would eventually have to wake. I would have searched all of Verona, all of Italy, all the world if necessary," Romeo replied with complete sincerity, his voice carrying the ring of absolute truth. "Nothing could have kept me from this meeting. No obstacle could have prevented me from finding you again. The memory of your beauty and the promise of seeing you again have been the only thoughts in my mind since we parted." They stood looking at each other across the garden, both overwhelmed by the intensity of emotion that flowed between them like an invisible river of light, like electricity passing through the air to connect their hearts across the physical distance that separated them. The formal politeness of the previous evening had been replaced by something deeper, more honest, more vulnerable, the kind of raw honesty that exists only between souls who have recognized each other as eternal companions. Here in the privacy of the garden, with only the moon and stars as witnesses, they could speak the truth that lived in their hearts without fear of judgment or misunderstanding. "I have thought of nothing but you since we parted," Juliet confessed, her voice soft as rose petals falling on still water, carrying across the garden with the clarity of perfect truth. "I tried to convince myself that what I felt was merely the excitement of the dance, the magic of the masquerade, the intoxication of a night unlike any other I had ever experienced. But I know now that it was something far deeper, something that has changed me so fundamentally I feel like a completely different person than I was yesterday." Romeo moved closer to the balcony, drawn by the honesty in her voice and the invitation in her eyes, feeling as though invisible threads were pulling him toward her with a force stronger than gravity itself. "And what was it, if not the excitement of the evening?" he asked, though he already knew the answer in his own heart and could see it reflected in her luminous expression. What force could be powerful enough to transform us both so completely in the space of a single night? "Love," Juliet said simply, the word floating down to him like a blessing from heaven, like a gift more precious than all the treasures in the world's vaults. "Pure, true love that came upon me as suddenly as sunrise, transforming my entire world in the space of a heartbeat, showing me colors I never knew existed and music I never knew my heart could hear. I know it should be impossible, know that wise people would call it madness, but my heart knows what it knows, and it knows that I love you with a certainty that feels like discovering a fundamental truth about the universe." Romeo felt his knees grow weak at her words, not from shock, for he had hoped to hear exactly this confession, but from the profound relief of hearing his own deepest feelings reflected back to him in her sweet voice. "Then I am not alone in this beautiful madness," he said with a laugh that was half joy, half amazement at the wonder of their situation. "For I too have been struck by love's arrow, and I find I have no desire to recover from the wound, no wish to return to the gray existence I called life before I met you." "But we know so little about each other in the ordinary sense," Juliet said, though her tone suggested she found this fact more intriguing than concerning, more proof of love's mysterious power than reason for doubt. "We have shared one dance, a few whispered words, and yet I feel as though I have known you all my life, as though my soul has been searching for yours across time and space. How is such a thing possible? How can two strangers recognize each other so completely?" "Perhaps we have known each other always," Romeo suggested, moving to stand directly beneath her balcony where the moonlight fell strongest and they could see each other most clearly. "Perhaps our souls knew each other long before our eyes met, and we have simply been waiting for the right moment to remember, for the stars to align in such a way that we could find each other in this lifetime. There are mysteries in this world far greater than human understanding, and love may be the greatest mystery of all." Juliet leaned forward slightly, resting her chin on her hand as she looked down at him with an expression that mingled wonder, joy, and a deep tenderness that made Romeo's heart soar like a bird released from captivity. "Tell me about yourself," she said softly, her voice carrying the intimacy of a confession and the eagerness of someone genuinely interested in every detail of another person's existence. "Tell me everything you've never told anyone else, all the thoughts and dreams and hopes you keep hidden in the deepest chambers of your heart." And so, under the gentle light of the moon and surrounded by the intoxicating fragrance of night-blooming flowers, Romeo and Juliet began to share the stories of their lives with an openness that surprised them both. They spoke of their childhood dreams and adult hopes, of their favorite books and the music that moved their souls to tears or laughter. They discovered that they both loved to watch sunrise from high windows, that they both found peace in gardens, that they both believed in the power of poetry to capture the ineffable beauty of existence and make it permanent. Romeo told her about his love of wandering through the city at dawn, when the streets were empty and he could hear his own thoughts clearly, about his notebooks full of half-finished poems, and his sense that he had been waiting his entire life for something he couldn't name. He described his favorite places in Verona, the ancient bridge where he liked to watch the river flow past, the small chapel where he went to think and pray, the hillside overlooking the city where he could see all the red-tiled roofs spread out below like a sea of earthenware. Juliet described her practice of speaking to the flowers in her garden and how she believed they understood her better than most people did, responding to her moods and needs with changes in their blooming patterns and the intensity of their fragrance. She told him about her love of reading philosophy and poetry by candlelight, about the journal where she copied her favorite verses and surrounded them with her own thoughts and observations. She shared her dream of traveling to distant lands she had read about in books, of seeing the pyramids of Egypt and the ruins of ancient Greece, of experiencing all the wonders the world had to offer. "I have always felt like a stranger in my own life," Romeo confessed as the night grew deeper around them, and the stars seemed to draw closer to earth to better witness their conversation, "as if I were living someone else's story and waiting for my real life to begin, as if everything I did was just marking time until something significant happened. I would go through the motions of daily existence, but nothing seemed to have genuine meaning or purpose." "And now?" Juliet asked gently, though she could already see the answer shining in his eyes like starlight. "Now I feel as though I have finally come home," he replied, his voice filled with wonder at the truth of his own words and at the way his entire understanding of himself had been transformed in the space of 2 brief meetings. "Not to a place, but to a person, to you, to this feeling of recognition and completion that I never knew was possible, but now cannot imagine living without. You have given meaning to everything that came before, as if all my experiences were just preparation for this moment when I would finally understand what I was being prepared for." Juliet felt tears of joy spring to her eyes at his response, because she understood exactly what he meant and felt the same transformation taking place in her own heart and mind. All her life, she had felt as though she were sleepwalking through her days, going through the motions of living without ever feeling truly alive or fully present in her own existence. But from the moment she had seen Romeo across the crowded ballroom, she had felt awakened, energized, fully present in her own life for the first time, as if someone had suddenly turned up the brightness and saturation on the world around her, making everything more vivid and meaningful than it had ever been before. "I love you," she said suddenly, the words escaping her lips before she could stop them, though she felt no regret at their honesty or at the way they hung in the air between them, like a bridge of light connecting their hearts across the physical space that separated them. "I know it should be impossible to love someone so completely after such a short acquaintance, but my heart knows what it knows, and it knows that you are my destiny, my other half, the person I was created to love and be loved by until the end of time itself." Romeo felt as though the entire universe had just rearranged itself around those three simple words, as if all the stars in the sky had suddenly shifted into new patterns that spelled out the secret name of true love in letters of fire and light. "And I love you," he replied with equal fervor, his voice strong and sure despite the emotion that threatened to overwhelm him completely. "More than I knew it was possible to love, more than I ever dreamed my heart could contain, with a certainty that feels like coming home after a lifetime of wandering lost in the wilderness of loneliness and longing." They spent the rest of that magical night talking and sharing their deepest thoughts and dreams, learning about each other with the passionate intensity of scholars discovering a new continent or astronomers mapping previously unknown stars. They found that their minds worked in harmony, just as perfectly as their bodies had moved together on the dance floor, each thought sparking a response that led to new revelations and deeper understanding. They discovered shared passions and complementary differences, similarities that delighted them and contrasts that intrigued them, building a foundation of knowledge and appreciation that would support a lifetime of love and companionship. Hours passed like minutes as they talked, the moon traveling across the sky in its ancient journey while they remained lost in each other's presence, sharing thoughts they had never spoken aloud, and dreams they had kept hidden in the deepest chambers of their hearts. Romeo told her about his longing to write poetry that would capture the true essence of beauty, while Juliet shared her dream of creating a garden so perfect it would be like a piece of paradise brought to earth. They discovered that they both believed in the power of love to transform the world, that they both felt called to live lives of meaning and purpose, rather than simply existing from day to day. As the night wore on and the eastern sky began to show the first faint traces of dawn approaching like a distant promise, they both felt the bittersweet realization that this perfect interlude would have to end, at least for now. Neither wanted to say goodbye or return to the ordinary world that existed beyond the magic circle of their love, but both knew that the sun would rise, and with it would come the necessity of returning to their separate lives until they could arrange another meeting. "When will I see you again?" Romeo asked, his voice filled with the urgency of a man who had found his greatest treasure only to face the prospect of being separated from it. The thought of going even a day without seeing her face or hearing her voice seemed almost unbearable now that he had discovered what true happiness felt like. "Tomorrow night," Juliet whispered, "when the moon is full and bright, look for me here in this same spot. I will wait for you here every evening until the end of time if necessary, for this garden has become sacred ground, the place where our love first found its voice and learned to speak its name. And perhaps we can begin to plan for a future where we won't have to meet in secret, where we can walk together openly in the sunlight and let the whole world see the love we share." They parted reluctantly as the sky began to lighten in the east. Each carrying the other's image burned into their heart like a sacred flame that would never be extinguished. Romeo watched as Juliet disappeared from the balcony, her pale gown catching the last of the moonlight before she vanished into the depths of the house like a dream fading at dawn. He stood in the garden for several minutes after she was gone, trying to preserve every detail of the night in his memory, to capture the feeling of perfect happiness and the sound of her voice saying she loved him, before finally making his way home through the empty streets of a city still asleep and dreaming. Neither Romeo nor Juliet slept when they finally reached their respective beds, both too filled with wonder and joy to close their eyes, too amazed by the miracle of their love to waste time in unconsciousness when they could be reliving every moment of their time together. Instead, they lay in their beds, watching the ceiling and planning for the future, imagining all the conversations they would have and all the experiences they would share, all the ways they would explore and celebrate the magnificent gift they had been given in finding each other. The servants in both houses, those wise old souls who had watched generations of young people fall in and out of love, noticed immediately that something extraordinary had occurred during the night. Romeo's nurse found him the next morning, humming while he dressed, his face glowing with an inner light that transformed his already handsome features into something that belonged more in a painting of an angel than in the ordinary world of daily life. Juliet's nurse observed that the girl moved through the house like someone walking on air, her feet barely seeming to touch the ground, and her smile so radiant it seemed to brighten every room she entered. Both young people found it impossible to concentrate on their usual activities, abandoning meals half eaten and books half read as their minds wandered inevitably back to memories of the previous night and anticipation of the evening to come. They were like people under a beautiful spell, transformed by love into the best possible versions of themselves, radiating happiness so powerfully that it seemed to affect everyone around them in positive ways. Even the flowers in Juliet's garden seemed to bloom more vibrantly in response to her joy, while Romeo's poetry flowed from his pen with unprecedented beauty and grace, as if love had unlocked creative powers he never knew he possessed. And so began a pattern that would continue for many nights to come, a routine of secret meetings in the moonlit garden where Romeo and Juliet would spend hours talking and learning about each other, sharing their deepest thoughts and dreams, falling more deeply in love with each passing conversation. They were building something precious and rare, a love based not just on physical attraction, though that was certainly present, but on genuine knowledge and appreciation of each other's minds and hearts and souls. They were becoming not just lovers, but best friends, confidants, intellectual companions, and spiritual partners, all wrapped into one perfect relationship that seemed to fulfill every need and answer every longing either of them had ever felt. Days flowed into nights, and nights into days, like a gentle river carrying Romeo and Juliet ever deeper into the enchanted territory of true love, each meeting in the moonlit garden revealing new depths to their connection and new reasons to marvel at the miracle of their finding each other. Each evening brought fresh discoveries about their compatibility, new stories to share, new dreams to explore together, and an ever-growing certainty that they had found in each other not just romantic love, but the deepest friendship and most profound spiritual connection that two human beings could possibly share. Their conversations grew more intimate, and their bond strengthened like a golden thread that connected their souls across all barriers of time and space and circumstance. They discovered new facets of each other's personality with every passing hour, finding a compatibility so perfect it seemed as though they had been designed by the universe specifically for one another, two halves of a whole that had been separated at creation and was now being reunited after eons of waiting. Romeo learned that Juliet's beauty was far more than skin deep, that her mind was as quick and agile as her body was graceful, that she could discuss philosophy and poetry with the wisdom of a scholar while maintaining the wonder and enthusiasm of someone experiencing ideas for the first time. Juliet discovered that Romeo's romantic nature was balanced by a practical wisdom that made him both dreamer and realist, someone who could compose the most beautiful poetry while also understanding the complexities of human nature and the challenges of real life. Romeo would spend his days in a state of blissful distraction, moving through his ordinary activities while his heart remained in the garden with Juliet, counting the hours until darkness would fall and he could see her again. He would catch himself smiling at random moments, remembering something she had said or the way her eyes sparkled when she laughed, the musical quality of her voice when she recited poetry, the grace with which she moved even in simple conversation. His friends began to notice the change in him immediately, commenting on how he seemed to glow with an inner light that made everything around him appear brighter, as if he had discovered some wonderful secret that filled him with constant joy and made every moment feel like a celebration. Benvolio, ever the observant friend, remarked that Romeo had never seemed more alive, more present in his own life, more genuinely happy than he had in these past weeks. "You've changed," he said one morning as they walked through the marketplace together, Romeo seeming to float rather than walk, greeting everyone they met with unusual warmth and enthusiasm. "There's something different about you, something that makes me think you've finally found what you've been searching for all these years without knowing what it was." Romeo smiled mysteriously but said nothing, unwilling to share his secret but unable to hide his happiness entirely. Mercutio, with his characteristic wit and insight, declared that Romeo had obviously been struck by love's lightning bolt and transformed from a melancholy poet into a man intoxicated by joy. "Look at how he walks," Mercutio observed to Benvolio, "as if the very ground were blessed by his footsteps. Listen to how he speaks, as if every word were a song of celebration. Our Romeo has discovered the secret of happiness, and though he won't tell us what it is, his whole being radiates the knowledge that life is infinitely more beautiful than any of us ever imagined." Juliet, too, found herself transformed by love's magic, moving through her days with a lightness that made her seem to dance rather than walk, her voice taking on musical qualities that made even ordinary conversation sound like poetry. Her nurse often found her humming mysterious melodies while she tended to her flowers, songs that seemed to come from some deep well of joy within her heart rather than from any music she had heard. The roses in her garden seemed to bloom more magnificently than ever before, as if responding to the love that radiated from her very being, their colors more vibrant and their fragrance more intoxicating than any flowers had a right to be. Lady Capulet noticed that her daughter had acquired a new kind of beauty that went beyond her already lovely features, a glow that seemed to come from within and made her appear almost luminous in certain lights. "You seem different lately," she observed one afternoon as they shared tea in the sunlit morning room, surrounded by fresh flowers from Juliet's garden. "Happier, more confident, as if you've discovered something wonderful about yourself or about life in general." Juliet smiled and deflected the observation with gentle humor, but her mother's words were more accurate than she knew. Juliet had indeed discovered something wonderful, something that had changed her understanding of herself and her place in the world completely. The secret meetings in the garden had taken on a rhythm and ritual that both Romeo and Juliet treasured, each evening bringing its own perfect moments and memorable conversations. They had explored every corner of the garden together, found favorite spots for different kinds of conversations, the rose arbor where they liked to recite poetry to each other, the fountain where they would sit and share their deepest philosophical thoughts. The ancient olive tree where they would stand and dream aloud about their future together. Each location had acquired its own special significance, becoming sacred ground, hallowed by the words of love they had spoken there and the promises they had exchanged under the watchful stars. One evening, as they sat together in their favorite alcove beneath the jasmine vines, surrounded by the intoxicating fragrance of night-blooming flowers and the gentle music of flowing water, Romeo took Juliet's hands in his and spoke the words that had been growing in his heart for days. "My beloved," he said softly, his voice trembling with emotion and determination, "I cannot bear the thought of continuing to meet only in secret, of loving you only in stolen moments under cover of darkness. Every day that passes without you being truly mine, and I truly yours, feels like a day stolen from the life we were meant to live together." "What are you saying?" Juliet asked, though her heart had already begun to race with anticipation, and her soul had already guessed the direction of his thoughts. She could see in his eyes the same longing she felt, the same desire to transform their secret love into something recognized and blessed and permanent. "I am saying that I want to marry you," Romeo replied, his voice filled with gentle urgency and absolute certainty. "I want to stand before God and the world and pledge my love to you for all eternity, to make promises that will bind our hearts together legally as well as spiritually. I want to wake each morning knowing that you are truly my wife, as I am truly your husband, that our love has been sanctified and blessed and made official in the eyes of heaven and earth." Juliet felt her soul soar at his words, for they echoed the deepest desires of her own heart, desires she had hardly dared to acknowledge, even to herself, for fear they were too wonderful to be possible. "Yes," she whispered without hesitation, tears of joy glistening in her eyes like captured starlight, her voice filled with all the love and certainty she possessed. "Yes, my darling, with all my heart and soul and being. Yes, I want nothing more than to be your wife and to spend the rest of my life loving you and being loved by you." Romeo felt as though the stars themselves had just sung a song of blessing, as though the universe had just given its approval to their union in the most beautiful way possible. He gathered her into his arms, holding her close while they both wept tears of joy and wonder at the magnitude of the step they were about to take, the beautiful adventure they were about to embark upon together. "We will be so happy," he whispered into her hair, breathing in the sweet scent of roses she always carried with her. "We will build a life together that will be like a poem of love made manifest in the world." They spent the rest of that evening making plans for their wedding, deciding that they would seek out Friar Lawrence, a wise and holy man who lived in a small chapel on the outskirts of Verona and who was known throughout the city for his kindness, discretion, and understanding of the human heart. Romeo had heard from several sources that the friar was known for performing marriage ceremonies for young couples whose families might not initially approve of their union, approaching such situations with compassion rather than judgment, and helping true love find its way to official recognition and blessing. Friar Lawrence has a reputation for wisdom and kindness, Romeo explained as they walked hand in hand through the moonlit garden paths, their steps synchronized as perfectly as their heartbeats. They say he understands that love is a gift from God that should be celebrated and blessed rather than hindered by human complications and social conventions. If anyone will understand the purity and sincerity of our love, if anyone will agree to marry us without delay or unnecessary questions, it will be him. They agreed to meet at the chapel the following afternoon, when the sun would be at its highest point and the world would be filled with golden light to bless their union and sanctify their vows. The thought of being married within a day filled them both with such excitement they could hardly contain it, though they were careful to make their plans quietly and discreetly, wanting their wedding to be a private celebration of their love rather than a public spectacle. "Tomorrow," Juliet said softly as they prepared to part for the night, "tomorrow we will no longer be two separate people meeting in secret, but husband and wife united before God and the world." The words seemed too wonderful to be true, yet both of them felt the absolute certainty that this was their destiny, that all the events of their lives had been leading to this moment when they would pledge themselves to each other forever. The next morning, Romeo rose early and made his way through the still quiet streets to the small stone chapel where Friar Lawrence lived, his heart pounding with nervous excitement and his mind racing with anticipation for the day ahead. The building was ancient and peaceful, its weathered stones covered with climbing vines and surrounded by a garden where the friar grew herbs for his healing potions and teas, creating an atmosphere of serenity and sanctity that immediately put Romeo at ease. When he knocked on the heavy wooden door, it was opened by a man whose face radiated wisdom and compassion, his gentle eyes reflecting a deep understanding of the human heart and its capacity for both joy and sorrow. Friar Lawrence was a man of middle age whose years of serving God and ministering to his fellow human beings had given him a profound insight into the mysteries of love and faith. His face was kind and lined with the marks of frequent laughter, while his eyes held the depth that comes from having seen the full spectrum of human experience and learned to approach it all with equal measures of wisdom and compassion. He wore the simple brown robes of his order with dignity, and his very presence seemed to radiate peace and understanding, making it immediately clear why so many people sought him out for counsel and comfort in times of both joy and trouble. "Good morning, young sir," Friar Lawrence said with a warm smile that crinkled the corners of his eyes and made Romeo feel instantly welcome. "What brings you to my humble chapel at such an early hour? And what can this old friar do to help you on this beautiful morning that God has given us?" His voice carried the soothing quality of someone who had spent years listening to confessions and offering comfort to troubled souls. Someone who had learned to hear not just the words people spoke, but the deeper needs and longings that lay beneath them. Romeo felt immediately at ease in the friar's presence, sensing that he had found someone who would understand the urgency and purity of his love without requiring lengthy explanations or justifications. "Father," he began, his voice trembling slightly with emotion but growing stronger with each word, "I have fallen deeply in love with the most wonderful woman in all the world, and I wish to marry her this very day. We cannot wait for lengthy courtships or family negotiations or social formalities. Our hearts have already spoken their truth, and we wish to unite them in the sacred bonds of marriage before another sun sets." Friar Lawrence studied Romeo's face carefully, seeing there the unmistakable glow that only true love can create, the kind of radiant happiness that transforms a person from within and makes them shine with an almost divine light. He had witnessed many young couples in the throes of passionate infatuation over the years, but there was something different about this young man, a depth and sincerity that convinced the friar he was witnessing something genuine and profound, rather than a temporary madness that would fade with time. The intensity in Romeo's eyes spoke not of fleeting desire, but of a love that had touched his very soul and changed him permanently for the better. "Tell me about this lady who has captured your heart so completely," the friar said gently, gesturing for Romeo to sit with him on a stone bench in the herb garden where they could speak privately and comfortably. "Help me understand the nature of this love that has brought you to my door with such urgency and such certainty." Romeo's face lit up with joy as he began to describe Juliet, his words painting a picture of a woman whose beauty was matched only by her intelligence, kindness, and depth of character. He spoke of their midnight conversations, of the way she understood his deepest thoughts without need for explanation, of the sense of coming home that he felt whenever they were together, of the perfect compatibility they had discovered in matters both serious and playful. "She is more than just beautiful, father," he said earnestly, his voice filled with wonder at his own good fortune. "She is my other half, the missing piece of my soul that I never knew I was searching for until I found it in her loving eyes." Friar Lawrence listened with growing wonder and recognition, seeing in Romeo's description the signs of a love that transcended the ordinary attractions of youth and entered the realm of the sacred. This was not mere infatuation, but something deeper and more lasting, a meeting of souls that perhaps occurred only once in a generation, a connection so profound that it could only be described as a gift from heaven itself. The way Romeo spoke of his beloved, with such reverence and such detailed appreciation of her character, convinced the friar that this was indeed a match made in heaven and blessed by God. "And does this remarkable lady return your affection?" the friar asked gently, though he could already see the answer shining in Romeo's radiant expression. "She does, father," Romeo replied, his voice filled with amazement at his own good fortune and with gratitude for the miracle that had brought them together. "We are to meet here this afternoon to be married, if you will consent to perform the ceremony for us. We have no need for grand celebrations, or expensive gowns, or elaborate ceremonies. We wish only to pledge our love before God and begin our life together as husband and wife, united in the eyes of heaven and blessed by your holy office." Friar Lawrence was quiet for a long moment, considering the request carefully while watching the play of emotion across Romeo's face and sensing the sincerity that radiated from every word he spoke. He had seen too many marriages over the years that were arranged for convenience or profit, unions that brought together property and social position rather than hearts and souls, relationships that lacked the spiritual dimension that made marriage a sacrament rather than merely a contract. Here was something entirely different, two young people who had found in each other the kind of pure love that the poets wrote about and the angels blessed, the kind of connection that made marriage not just advisable but inevitable and sacred. "Very well," he said finally, his decision made after careful consideration and prayer. "If your lady is as you describe, and if she comes here willingly and with the same joy and certainty that you display, I will perform your marriage ceremony this afternoon with great pleasure and honor. Love such as you describe is indeed a gift from heaven, a blessing that should be celebrated and sanctified rather than delayed or complicated by human conventions. And I would be privileged to help unite two souls who have found their perfect complement in each other." Romeo felt such joy at the friar's words that he could barely contain it, his heart soaring with gratitude and excitement as he realized that his dream of marrying Juliet was about to become reality. He thanked Friar Lawrence with such sincere emotion that the older man was moved to tears himself, touched by the purity and intensity of love he was witnessing. They arranged for the ceremony to take place at 3 o'clock that afternoon, when the chapel would be filled with golden sunlight and the garden would be at its most beautiful, providing a perfect setting for such a sacred celebration. Meanwhile, Juliet was making her own preparations for the most important day of her life, her heart singing with anticipation and joy as she contemplated the momentous step she was about to take. She had told her nurse that she needed to spend the day in prayer and contemplation, preparing her soul for an important spiritual undertaking, and had asked to be left alone with her thoughts and her prayers. The kind woman had agreed without question, though not without some worry about her young charge's increasingly mysterious behavior and the way she seemed to glow with some inner secret that made her more beautiful each day. Juliet spent the morning in her beloved garden, surrounded by her flowers and speaking quietly to them about the momentous step she was about to take, sharing her joy with the living things that had been her companions and confidants for so many years. "Today I marry my true love," she whispered to the roses, her voice filled with wonder at the magic of the words themselves. Today, I begin a new life as the wife of the most wonderful man who ever lived, the person who has shown me what it means to love and be loved completely. The flowers seemed to nod their approval in the gentle morning breeze, their petals glowing more brightly in the golden sunlight, as if they too were celebrating the miracle of true love finding its perfect expression. She chose her clothing for the wedding with infinite care, wanting to look beautiful for Romeo while maintaining the simplicity and elegance that she knew he loved about her. She selected a gown of pale blue silk that reminded her of summer skies and peaceful waters, its color bringing out the luminous quality of her eyes and complementing her fair complexion perfectly. The dress was cut simply but elegantly, with flowing lines that emphasized her natural grace without being ostentatious or overly decorative. She needed no jewels or elaborate ornaments to enhance her beauty. The glow of happiness that radiated from her was ornament enough for any bride, making her appear almost luminous in the afternoon sunlight. For her hair, she chose to wear it in a style that was both elegant and natural, weaving small white roses from her garden into the dark strands to create a crown of flowers that made her look like a fairy queen from an ancient legend. The roses were perfect specimens, their petals soft as silk and their fragrance sweet as honey, creating a natural bridal crown that was more beautiful than any jeweled tiara could ever be. When she looked at herself in the mirror, she saw a woman transformed by love, her eyes bright with joy and her face luminous with anticipation for the sacred ceremony that would make her Romeo's wife in the eyes of God and the world. As the appointed hour approached, both Romeo and Juliet made their way independently to the small chapel on the hillside, each taking care to travel by different routes to avoid any chance of being seen together before the ceremony. They had agreed to arrive separately to maintain the discretion that had protected their love thus far, though their hearts were already so intertwined that the brief separation felt almost unbearable to both of them. Each step brought them closer not just to the chapel, but to the moment when they would become one in the eyes of God and their own hearts, when their secret love would be transformed into a sacred bond blessed by heaven and earth. The chapel, nestled among ancient olive trees on a hill overlooking Verona, was small but perfect for their intimate ceremony. Its weathered stone walls had witnessed countless prayers and celebrations over the centuries, absorbing so much love and devotion that the very building seemed to radiate peace and sanctity. Afternoon sunlight streamed through the simple stained glass windows, casting jeweled patterns of light across the stone floor and creating an atmosphere of ethereal beauty that seemed designed by divine hands specifically for this moment. Romeo arrived first, finding Friar Lawrence waiting in the simple stone sanctuary with its ancient wooden altar and windows that framed views of the rolling countryside beyond. The chapel was small and humble compared to the grand cathedrals of larger cities, but it felt more sacred than any elaborate cathedral because of the love that would soon be blessed within its walls and the sincerity of the hearts that would exchange vows there. Wildflowers from the friar's garden had been placed in simple clay vases around the altar, creating an atmosphere of natural beauty and serenity that spoke of God's presence in all things beautiful and pure. When Juliet appeared in the doorway, silhouetted against the bright afternoon sunlight like an angel descending from heaven, Romeo felt his breath catch in his throat at the sight of her beauty. She looked like a vision of everything pure and good in the world, her pale blue gown catching the colored light from the windows, and her flower-crowned hair glowing like spun gold in the afternoon sunshine. But it was her expression that moved him most deeply, to the look of pure joy and love that transformed her already beautiful features into something almost too wonderful for mortal eyes to behold, radiating such happiness that it seemed to brighten the entire chapel with its intensity. Friar Lawrence, too, was moved by the sight of the young couple standing together before his altar, their love so evident and their joy so pure that it seemed to make the very air around them shimmer with divine blessing. He had performed hundreds of wedding ceremonies over the years, uniting couples in love and hope and commitment, but he had rarely seen two people so perfectly matched, so completely devoted to each other, so obviously meant to spend their lives together as partners in all things. The very air around them seemed to vibrate with the intensity of their connection, and he felt privileged to witness such a pure manifestation of divine grace and human love working together to create something beautiful and sacred. "Dearly beloved," he began in his warm, resonant voice that carried the authority of years spent in service to God and humanity, "we are gathered here today in the sight of God to join these two souls in the sacred bond of matrimony, to witness their exchange of vows and to ask for divine blessing upon their union. Marriage is not to be entered into lightly or carelessly, but reverently, advisedly, and in the fear and love of God, with full understanding of the sacred commitment being made. If any person present knows of any lawful impediment why these two should not be joined in holy matrimony, let them speak now, or forever hold their peace." The chapel remained silent, except for the gentle sound of Romeo and Juliet's synchronized breathing and the distant song of birds in the friar's garden outside the open windows. The colored light continued to dance across the stone walls in shifting patterns of blue and gold and rose, while a gentle breeze stirred the wild flowers on the altar and carried the sweet scent of herbs and roses through the sacred space. Everything in nature seemed to be blessing this union of two hearts that had recognized each other across a crowded ballroom and chosen to pledge their eternal devotion in this simple, holy place. "Romeo," Friar Lawrence continued, turning to the radiant groom whose face glowed with joy and certainty, "do you take Juliet to be your lawfully wedded wife, to love and cherish in sickness and in health, in joy and in sorrow, in plenty and in want, for as long as you both shall live, forsaking all others and keeping yourself only unto her. I do, Romeo replied, his voice strong and clear and carrying with it all the certainty of a man who had found his life's purpose and greatest treasure. With all my heart, with all my soul, with every breath in my body and every beat of my heart, I do. I pledge to love Juliet, not just for as long as I live, but for all eternity, in this world and whatever worlds may come after, with a devotion that will only grow stronger with each passing day. And Juliet, the friar turned to the radiant bride, her face glowing with such happiness that it seemed to illuminate the entire chapel. Do you take Romeo to be your lawfully wedded husband, to love and honor through all the days of your life, in times of happiness and times of trial, remaining faithful and true until death parts you, is less than #2. 0# is greater than. I do, Juliet whispered, though her voice carried clearly through the small chapel and seemed to fill every corner with the music of absolute truth and perfect love. I pledge my love to you, Romeo, from this moment until the end of time itself, with a faithfulness that will never waver and a devotion that will only deepen as we grow old together. You are my heart's home, my soul's companion, my life's greatest blessing, and I am honored beyond words to become your wife. Romeo and Juliet turned to face each other completely, their hands joining as naturally as rivers flowing into the sea, their eyes meeting with such intensity of love and recognition that Friar Lawrence felt tears spring to his own eyes at the beauty of what he was witnessing. In that moment, surrounded by the ancient stones and sacred silence of the chapel, with afternoon sunlight streaming through stained glass windows and the scent of flowers filling the air, they spoke their personal vows to each other, words that came not from any book or tradition, but straight from the depths of their hearts and the very center of their souls. Juliet, Romeo said softly, his voice filled with tender reverence as he looked into her eyes and saw his entire future reflected there. You are my sunrise and my sunset, my north star and my safe harbor in every storm. I promise to love you not just in the easy moments when everything goes according to plan, but especially in the difficult ones when life tests our strength and our commitment. I promise to be your partner in all adventures, your comfort in all sorrows, your celebration in all joys, and your faithful companion on whatever journey life may take us. Romeo, Juliet replied, tears of happiness glistening in her eyes like captured starlight, while her voice remained steady and sure. You are my heart's home, the answer to every prayer I never knew how to speak, the completion of every dream I ever dared to dream. I promise to stand beside you through whatever storms may come, to believe in you when you cannot believe in yourself, to love you more deeply with each passing day rather than less. I promise to be your refuge when the world is harsh, your celebration when life is good, and your constant companion in all the adventures that await us together." Friar Lawrence smiled with deep satisfaction and obvious emotion as he pronounced the final blessing over their union, his voice carrying the weight of sacred authority and the warmth of personal joy at witnessing such perfect love. "By the power vested in me by God Almighty and this holy church, I now pronounce you husband and wife, united in the sacred bonds of matrimony that no earthly power can dissolve. What God has joined together in love and blessed in heaven, let no man put asunder or attempt to separate, for your union has been sealed not just by human law, but by divine grace itself." Romeo and Juliet sealed their vows with a kiss that seemed to last for eternity, a gentle meeting of lips that felt like the completion of a circle that had been waiting to be closed since the beginning of time itself. The kiss was soft and reverent, filled with all the love they felt for each other and all the promises they had just made, a perfect expression of the sacred bond they had just entered into before God and this holy friar. When they finally parted, they were no longer two separate individuals who had found love together, but one soul inhabiting two bodies, bound together by vows and blessed by heaven for all eternity. The small chapel filled with golden afternoon light as the newlyweds signed their names in Friar Lawrence's registry, officially recording their union for posterity and making their marriage legal in the eyes of both church and state. Romeo's signature was bold and confident, reflecting his joy and certainty, while Juliet's was elegant and graceful, speaking of her happiness and the dignity with which she approached this sacred commitment. They were now husband and wife in every sense that mattered, legally, spiritually, emotionally, and eternally, their love sanctified and their commitment sealed by the most solemn vows two people can make to each other. As they prepared to leave the chapel and begin their married life together, both Romeo and Juliet felt that they were stepping not just into the afternoon sunlight, but into a bright new chapter of existence, filled with infinite possibility and endless love. They had transformed their secret romance into a sacred marriage, their hidden meetings into the foundation of a lifetime partnership, their whispered declarations of love into solemn vows that would guide and strengthen them through all the years to come. Hand in hand, they walked from the chapel into the golden afternoon, ready to face whatever challenges and joys the future might bring, secure in the knowledge that they would face them together as one heart, one soul, one love, that nothing in heaven or earth could ever diminish or destroy. The weeks that followed Romeo and Juliet's secret wedding were like a golden dream woven from moonbeams and whispered promises, a time when everything in their world seemed touched by magic and blessed by the gods of love themselves. Each day brought new opportunities for stolen moments together, brief encounters that felt more precious than all the jewels in the world's treasure houses, fleeting meetings that sustained them through the hours of separation with memories sweet as honey and bright as starlight. They would meet in hidden corners of Verona, in quiet chapels during morning prayers, in markets where they could pretend to be casual acquaintances while their eyes spoke volumes of love, and their hearts sang silent songs of joy at simply being in each other's presence. Romeo had never known such happiness was possible, never imagined that a human heart could contain so much joy without bursting from the sheer intensity of emotion. Every morning he woke with the knowledge that somewhere in the city his beloved wife was beginning her day, and that thought filled him with such overwhelming happiness that he could hardly contain it within the boundaries of his physical being. He would walk through Verona's ancient streets with a spring in his step that made him appear to dance rather than walk. Greeting everyone, he met with such warmth and enthusiasm that people began to comment on his remarkable transformation from a melancholy dreamer into a man who seemed to radiate pure joy from every pore. His poetry during this period reached new heights of beauty and inspiration, as if love had unlocked creative powers within him that he never knew existed. He would sit in his room for hours at a time, filling page after page with verses that captured the essence of perfect happiness, the wonder of finding one's soulmate, the miracle of two hearts beating as one. His friends marveled at the quality of his work, which seemed to glow with an inner light that made even the most skeptical readers believe in the power of true love to transform not just individuals, but the very world around them. Benvolio and Mercutio noticed immediately that Romeo had become a different person entirely. Gone was the wistful sadness that had once clouded his features, replaced by a confidence and contentment that made him seem almost to glow with inner radiance. You look like a man who has discovered the secret of eternal happiness, Benvolio observed one morning as they walked through the marketplace together, Romeo stopping to buy flowers from every vendor they passed, claiming he simply wanted to support local commerce, but actually gathering bouquets to leave in secret places where Juliet would find them. Whatever has brought about this change in you, I hope it lasts forever, for I have never seen you more truly alive or more completely yourself. Mercutio, with his characteristic wit and insight, declared that Romeo had obviously been visited by angels or touched by divine fire, for no mere mortal transformation could account for such a complete metamorphosis from melancholy to joy. "Look at him," Mercutio would say to anyone who would listen, gesturing toward Romeo with theatrical flair. "He walks as if the very ground were blessed by his footsteps, speaks as if every word were a prayer of thanksgiving, smiles as if he has seen the face of God and found it beautiful beyond all imagining." His observations were more accurate than he knew, for Romeo did indeed feel blessed beyond all deserving, touched by a miracle that had transformed his entire understanding of what life could offer to those fortunate enough to find their true companion. Juliet, too, glowed with the inner radiance of a woman deeply loved and completely content with her place in the universe. She moved through her daily routines with a lightness that made her seem to dance rather than walk, her voice taking on musical qualities that made even ordinary conversation sound like poetry, her very presence seeming to brighten every room she entered and bring joy to everyone she encountered. Her garden flourished under her care as never before, responding to her happiness with such abundant blooming that neighbors would make excuses to pass by the Capulet house just to breathe in the incredible fragrance that seemed to emanate from every flower and vine. The roses in particular seemed to have taken on lives of their own, blooming in impossible profusion, with colors so rich and saturated, they appeared to have been painted by master artists using pigments made from crushed jewels. Their petals were soft as velvet, and their fragrance so intoxicating that people would stop in the street just to close their eyes and breathe in their perfume, feeling themselves transported to some earthly paradise where only beauty and love existed. Even practical gardeners who prided themselves on their knowledge of horticulture were baffled by the extraordinary beauty of Juliet's flowers, unable to explain how one person's touch could coax such magnificence from ordinary soil and seeds. Lady Capulet and the other women of the household noticed immediately that Juliet had acquired a new kind of beauty that went beyond her already lovely features, a radiance that seemed to come from within and made her appear almost luminous in certain lights. "You've changed, my dear," her mother observed one afternoon as they shared tea in the sunlit morning room, surrounded by fresh flowers from Juliet's garden and bathed in the warm golden light that seemed to follow Juliet wherever she went. "There's something different about you. Something that makes you seem more beautiful each day, as if you've discovered some wonderful secret that has transformed you from the inside out." Juliet would smile mysteriously at such observations, deflecting them with gentle humor, while her heart sang with the knowledge that she had indeed discovered the most wonderful secret of all, the secret of being completely and perfectly loved by someone who understood her soul as well as she understood his. She had learned that love was not just an emotion but a state of being, a way of existing in the world that made everything more vivid, more meaningful, more beautiful than she had ever imagined possible. Every sunrise was more glorious because she could share its beauty with Romeo. Every flower was more fragrant because she could describe its perfume to him. Every moment of happiness was doubled because it reflected back to her from his loving eyes. Their secret meetings had developed into a carefully choreographed ballet of love and discretion, each encounter planned with the precision of a military operation, but experienced with the wonder and spontaneity of children discovering magic for the first time. Romeo would leave coded messages hidden among the books in the city library, where Juliet would discover them during her daily walks. Each note a small poem or loving observation that would sustain her through the hours until they could meet again. She would respond by placing single white roses in specific locations around the city, on windowsills, beside fountain statues, in the hands of religious sculptures, each bloom a silent message of love and anticipation that would make Romeo's heart soar with joy when he discovered it. They had found dozens of secret meeting places throughout Verona, each location carefully chosen for its privacy and safety, each spot made sacred by the words of love they spoke there and the promises they exchanged under whatever roof or sky sheltered them. There was the abandoned tower on the outskirts of the city where they would meet on nights when the moon was dark, the ancient olive grove where they would walk hand in hand on Sunday afternoons while the rest of the city slept, the small chapel dedicated to Saint Francis, where they would kneel together in prayer and thanksgiving for the miracle of their love. Each meeting place had its own special significance and its own collection of treasured memories. The tower where Romeo had first told Juliet about his childhood dreams, the olive grove where she had recited her favorite sonnets while he listened with the devotion of a pilgrim hearing sacred scripture, the chapel where they had knelt together and asked God to bless their marriage and guide their steps through whatever challenges the future might bring. These locations became a secret geography of love, a hidden map of Verona that existed only in their hearts and memories, connecting all the places where their souls had touched and their love had found expression in words and silence, laughter and tears, promises and prayers. One particularly beautiful evening in late summer, when the air was warm and soft as silk and the stars seemed to hang lower in the sky than usual, Romeo managed to arrange a special surprise for his bride that would create one of their most precious memories together. He had discovered a small island in the middle of the river Adige, accessible only by a narrow footbridge hidden among the willow trees, where they could spend an entire evening together without fear of discovery or interruption. He spent the afternoon preparing the space, cleaning away debris and decorating it with candles and fresh flowers gathered from the fields beyond the city walls, creating a fairy tale setting that seemed to exist outside the normal boundaries of time and space. When Juliet arrived at the appointed time, following his careful directions through the maze of willow branches and across the hidden bridge, she gasped with delight at the magical scene Romeo had created just for her. The small island had been transformed into an outdoor chapel, with dozens of white candles arranged in circles and patterns that seemed to mimic the constellations above, their gentle light reflecting off the slow-moving water and creating an atmosphere of ethereal beauty that took her breath away. Wildflowers had been arranged in natural groupings throughout the space, filling the air with the sweet scents of jasmine, lavender, and wild roses, while soft cushions and blankets created comfortable seating areas where they could spend the evening in perfect comfort and privacy. "My husband," Juliet whispered as she entered their private sanctuary, the words still feeling new and wonderful on her tongue each time she spoke it. still sending thrills of joy through her heart when she remembered that she truly was Romeo's wife, and he truly was her husband. You have created paradise itself, a place so beautiful it seems too wonderful to exist in the ordinary world. She moved toward him with the grace of a swan gliding across still water, her pale gown seeming to float around her in the candlelight, as if she were indeed an angel who had descended from heaven to spend the evening with him. Romeo took her in his arms, marveling as always at how perfectly she fit against him, as if they had been designed by the universe specifically for this embrace, this perfect joining of two bodies that housed souls created as perfect complements to each other. Any place is paradise when you are in it, my darling wife, he replied, pressing a gentle kiss to her forehead while breathing in the sweet scent of roses that always seemed to cling to her hair and skin. But I wanted to give you something special, a place where we could be completely alone with our love, where we could speak freely about our dreams and plans without any fear of being overheard or interrupted. They spent that magical evening talking and laughing and sharing dreams for their future together, their voices mixing with the gentle sound of water flowing around their island refuge, and the soft whisper of wind through the willow branches that sheltered them from the outside world. They spoke of the home they would someday create together, filled with music and books and gardens where they could watch their children play, a place that would be a haven of love and beauty in a world that could sometimes be harsh and challenging. They imagined growing old together, their love deepening with each passing year until it became as much a part of them as their heartbeat or their breath, a force that would sustain them through whatever joys and sorrows life might bring. Do you ever wonder what would have happened if we had never met? Juliet asked as they sat together, watching the stars reflect in the slow-moving water, her head resting on Romeo's shoulder while his arms encircled her with protective tenderness. Do you ever try to imagine what your life would have been like if you had never seen me across that crowded ballroom, if our eyes had never met and recognized each other? Never, Romeo replied without hesitation, his voice filled with the absolute certainty that comes from understanding one's own destiny with perfect clarity. I believe we were destined to find each other, that all the paths of our lives were leading to that moment in the ballroom when our souls first recognized their missing half. We are two halves of the same whole, my love, two notes that were meant to be played together to create perfect harmony, and souls like ours will always find their way to each other, no matter what obstacles the world might place in their path or how long the journey might take. Juliet nestled closer to him, feeling the truth of his words resonate in every fiber of her being, like a bell struck by a master musician, creating vibrations that seemed to reach into her very soul. Sometimes I feel as though I lived my entire life in black and white until the moment I met you, she said softly, her voice filled with wonder at the transformation love had worked in her perception of existence itself. Now everything is painted in the most beautiful colors, and I see wonder in places I never noticed before, find joy in moments that once seemed ordinary and unremarkable. As autumn painted the leaves in shades of gold and crimson, creating a backdrop of natural beauty that seemed designed to celebrate their love, Romeo and Juliet's bond continued to deepen and strengthen with each passing day. They had learned each other's rhythms and moods as thoroughly as musicians learn a beloved song, understanding without words when the other was happy or sad, excited or thoughtful, in need of comfort or ready to celebrate some small joy that life had offered. They could communicate entire conversations with a single glance across a crowded square, their connection so strong that they sometimes felt they could sense each other's thoughts and emotions even when they were separated by the width of the city. The people of Verona began to notice changes in both the Montague and Capulet families that no one could quite explain, but everyone could observe with growing wonder. The Montagues seemed happier somehow, more at peace with the world and with their place in it, while the Capulets appeared to glow with an inner contentment that touched everyone who came into contact with them and left them feeling somehow blessed by the encounter. It was as if the love shared by Romeo and Juliet was so pure and powerful that it radiated outward in invisible waves, blessing everyone in their vicinity with a touch of its magic, and reminding all who encountered it that love was indeed the most powerful force in the universe. Servants and merchants who dealt regularly with both families remarked on the change, unable to explain exactly what was different, but certain that something wonderful had happened to bring such joy and peace to two households that had always been kind and generous, but never quite so radiant with happiness. Children playing in the square between the two houses seemed to laugh more freely, their games becoming more creative, and their disputes resolving more easily, as if the very air around the Montague and Capulet homes had been charged with harmony and goodwill. One evening, as winter approached and the first frost silvered the garden walls with delicate crystals that caught the moonlight like scattered diamonds, Romeo and Juliet made a decision that would change their lives forever and bring their secret love into the light of day. They had been married in secret for months now, their love growing stronger with each clandestine meeting. But the strain of hiding their joy from the people they loved most was beginning to weigh on both their hearts, like a beautiful burden that had grown too heavy to carry in silence. They longed to walk openly through the streets hand in hand, to share their happiness with friends and family, to begin building the life they had dreamed of together without the constant need for secrecy and deception. "My beloved," Romeo said, as they walked together through Juliet's garden, now dormant in the winter cold, but still beautiful in its bare simplicity, the twisted branches of the roses, creating intricate patterns against the star-filled sky. "I cannot bear to keep our love hidden any longer, to pretend that we are strangers when every fiber of my being longs to proclaim to the world that you are my wife and I am your devoted husband." I want everyone to know that we have found in each other the greatest treasure that life has to offer. The kind of love that poets spend their lives trying to describe, and that most people can only dream of experiencing. Juliet stopped walking and turned to face him, her eyes bright with unshed tears of joy and determination, her face glowing with the same longing that filled his heart. "I have been thinking the same thing," she admitted, her voice steady despite the emotion that threatened to overwhelm her with its intensity. "Our families may be surprised at first by the suddenness of our union, but surely when they see how deeply and truly we love each other, how perfectly suited we are in every way that matters, they will understand and give us their blessing rather than their opposition." They decided to approach their families together, to present a united front and demonstrate that their love was not a childish infatuation or a momentary madness, but a mature commitment built on deep understanding, genuine compatibility, and mutual respect that would only grow stronger with time. They would tell their story honestly and openly, explaining how they had met and fallen in love at the masquerade ball, how they had courted each other in secret meetings that had revealed their perfect compatibility, how they had married with the blessing of Friar Lawrence, who had seen the purity and depth of their connection. They would ask for nothing more than the chance to live openly as husband and wife, to build their future together with the support and blessing of the families who had raised them to be people capable of such profound love. The morning they chose for their revelation dawned clear and bright, with the kind of crisp winter sunshine that makes everything look freshly washed and full of possibility, as if the world itself were preparing to witness something wonderful and transformative. Romeo dressed in his finest clothes, choosing garments that reflected both his happiness and his respect for the seriousness of the occasion, while Juliet selected a gown of deep blue velvet that brought out the color of her eyes and made her appear every inch the noble lady she had been born to be. They met at their secret place in the abandoned tower one last time, holding each other close and drawing strength from their unshakable bond, while preparing to face whatever challenges the revelation of their love might bring. "Whatever happens," Romeo whispered into her hair, breathing in the familiar scent of roses that always comforted and strengthened him, "remember that we belong to each other now and forever, bound by vows that nothing on earth can break or diminish. No force in the universe is stronger than the love we share, and no opposition can change the fact that we are meant to be together for all eternity." "Forever and always," Juliet agreed, sealing their promise with a kiss that tasted of hope and courage and unshakable faith in the power of love to overcome any obstacle the world might place in their path. "Together we can face anything, endure anything, overcome anything, because we have something that most people spend their entire lives searching for and never find: perfect love that makes us stronger together than we could ever be apart." Hand in hand, they walked down the hill toward Verona, ready to share their love with the world and begin their life together in the full light of day, no longer hiding in shadows, but stepping boldly into the sunshine as husband and wife, united in love and blessed by heaven. Behind them, the abandoned tower stood silently in the winter landscape, having served its purpose as the secret sanctuary where their love had been nurtured and strengthened through the dark months of secrecy. Ahead of them lay the city where they had been born, where they had found each other, and where they would now build their future together as partners in all things, companions in all adventures, and lovers for all eternity. As they approached the city gates, Romeo and Juliet felt their hearts beating in perfect unison, two souls walking as one toward whatever destiny awaited them, secure in the knowledge that their love was strong enough to weather any storm and beautiful enough to transform any darkness into light. Their love had already overcome the greatest obstacle of all, the vast loneliness of existing without one's true companion, and together they were ready to face anything the world might offer, confident that their bond would only grow stronger through whatever trials or triumphs lay ahead. The bells of Verona began to chime the hour as they walked through the gates, their golden voices carrying across the ancient city like a blessing, welcoming the young lovers home to begin the next chapter of their magnificent love story. Citizens going about their morning business paused to watch them pass, struck by something indefinable about the young couple that made them seem to glow with an inner light that brightened everything around them. There was something in the way they moved together, perfectly synchronized, something in the way they looked at each other with such obvious adoration and joy that made even the most cynical observers believe again in the possibility of true love and perfect happiness. They made their way first to the Capulet house, where Lord and Lady Capulet were enjoying their morning meal in the sunlit breakfast room that overlooked Juliet's beloved garden. When the couple entered together, hand in hand and radiating such obvious happiness that it seemed to transform the very atmosphere of the room, both parents looked up in surprise that quickly transformed into wonder at the sight of their daughter glowing with such magnificent joy. Lady Capulet rose from her chair immediately, her mother's instincts telling her that something momentous was about to be revealed, while Lord Capulet set down his cup and studied the young man beside his daughter with the keen eye of a father who had noticed immediately that this was no ordinary social visit. "Mother, father," Juliet began, her voice steady and clear despite the magnitude of what she was about to reveal. "I have something wonderful to share with you, news that will change everything about how you understand my life and my future." She squeezed Romeo's hand for courage and smiled at him with such radiant love that both her parents felt their hearts skip a beat at the beauty of the expression. "This is Romeo Montague, and he is the most wonderful man who has ever lived, the person who has shown me what it means to love and be loved completely and perfectly." Romeo stepped forward with the grace and dignity befitting such an important moment, bowing respectfully to Lord and Lady Capulet while never releasing Juliet's hand, his connection to her too precious to break even for the sake of formal courtesy. "My lord, my lady," he said with sincere respect and obvious emotion, "I am deeply honored to meet you, though I wish the circumstances of our introduction could have been different. I love your daughter with all my heart and soul, and I hope that when you hear our story, you will understand why we felt compelled to follow our hearts rather than wait for arrangements and negotiations that might have delayed or prevented our happiness." "We are married," Juliet announced simply, the words falling into the room like stones dropped into still water, creating ripples of surprise and confusion that spread across her parents' faces as they tried to process what they had just heard. "We met at the masquerade ball you hosted, fell in love instantly and completely, and were married 3 months ago by Friar Lawrence in his chapel with God's blessing and our hearts full of joy. We have kept our marriage secret, not from shame or doubt, but from uncertainty about how to best share our happiness with the people we love most in the world." The room fell silent except for the gentle ticking of the ancient clock on the mantelpiece and the soft sound of birds singing in the garden outside the windows. Lord and Lady Capulet looked at each other, then at their daughter, then at Romeo, their minds racing to understand and accept this news that had just transformed their understanding of their daughter's life so completely. Finally, Lady Capulet spoke, her voice soft with wonder and the beginning of understanding. "Married," she whispered, studying her daughter's face and seeing there not the defiance or fear she might have expected, but a joy so pure and complete that it was impossible to doubt its sincerity. "You have been married for 3 months, and we never suspected? How is such a thing possible when we see you every day and thought we knew everything about your life?" "Because you raised me to be honest and good," Juliet replied with a smile that was both grateful and apologetic. "And it pained me terribly to keep this secret from you, even though I knew it was necessary, until we could find the right way to share our joy. Every day I wanted to tell you how happy I was, how blessed I felt, how grateful I was to have found the person I was meant to love for all eternity. But we wanted to be certain of our love, to prove to ourselves and to you that what we felt was not infatuation but the deepest, truest love that can exist between two people." Lord Capulet, who had been studying Romeo with the careful attention of a man evaluating someone who had just claimed to be his son-in-law, finally spoke with the measured tone of someone trying to understand a situation that had completely surprised him. "Young man," he said to Romeo, "you claim to love my daughter, to have married her in secret, to have made her your wife, without seeking my permission or blessing. These are serious matters, actions that under ordinary circumstances might be considered disrespectful to our family and our traditions. Tell me why I should believe that your intentions are honorable, why I should welcome you as a son rather than consider you someone who has deceived us." Romeo straightened his shoulders and looked Lord Capulet directly in the eyes with the honest gaze of a man who had nothing to hide and everything to hope for. "My lord," he said with respectful dignity, "I understand your concerns completely, and I would feel the same way if I were in your position, faced with news that seemed to challenge everything you thought you knew about your daughter's life. I can only tell you that I love Juliet more than my own life, that every moment we have spent together has convinced me more completely that she is the person I was created to love and protect and cherish for all eternity. We did not act in haste or without thought," Romeo continued, his voice growing stronger with each word as he spoke from the depths of his heart. "We spent weeks getting to know each other, sharing our deepest thoughts and dreams, discovering that we were perfectly matched in every way that matters, in our values, our hopes for the future, our understanding of what makes life meaningful and beautiful. We married because we could not imagine a future apart, because our love was so strong and true that delaying our union seemed not just unnecessary but impossible." Juliet moved closer to her parents, her face glowing with the kind of earnest sincerity that had always been one of her most endearing qualities. "Mother, father," she said softly, "you have always wanted me to be happy, to find someone who would love and respect and treasure me as I deserve to be treasured. Romeo is that person, the answer to every prayer you ever said for my future, the fulfillment of every hope you ever had for my happiness. Please, look at how he treats me. Listen to how he speaks about me. See the joy he has brought into my life, and judge him by those things rather than by the circumstances of how we met and married." Lady Capulet rose from her chair and moved toward her daughter, her mother's heart recognizing the genuine happiness that radiated from Juliet like sunshine warming a spring morning. She had watched her daughter grow from a thoughtful child into a beautiful young woman, and she had never seen her look more lovely or more complete than she did at this moment, standing beside the young man who claimed to be her husband. "You are truly happy?" she asked gently, reaching out to touch Juliet's face with the tender concern of a mother who wants nothing more than her child's well-being. "Happier than I ever knew was possible," Juliet replied without hesitation, her voice ringing with absolute truth and conviction. "Romeo has shown me what it means to be completely understood and accepted, to be loved for exactly who I am rather than who someone thinks I should be. He encourages my dreams, shares my interests, makes me laugh when I'm sad, and celebrates with me when I'm joyful. He is my best friend as well as my husband, my intellectual companion as well as the love of my life." Lord Capulet continued to study Romeo with the careful attention of a man trying to see past the surface to the true character beneath, looking for signs of sincerity or deception, strength or weakness, honor or selfishness. What he saw was a young man who stood straight and tall with quiet confidence, who met his gaze without flinching but without arrogance, who held his daughter's hand with obvious tenderness and looked at her with such evident adoration that it was impossible to doubt the genuineness of his feelings. "You are from the Montague family," Lord Capulet said thoughtfully, not as an accusation, but as a statement of fact that needed to be acknowledged and considered. "Our families have not been close in recent years, though I remember your parents fondly from when we were all younger and the world seemed simpler. They are good people, honorable people, and if their son has inherited their character, then perhaps this unexpected development is not the disaster it might first appear to be." "They are indeed good people," Romeo agreed with obvious pride and affection for his family, "and they have taught me to value honor above convenience, love above profit, and happiness above social expectations. I hope that when you get to know me better, you will see that I have tried to live by their teachings, and that I am worthy of the trust you are considering placing in me as your daughter's husband." The conversation continued for over an hour, with Romeo and Juliet answering every question their parents asked, sharing the story of their courtship and marriage with complete honesty and obvious joy in reliving their memories together. They told of their first meeting at the masquerade ball, their nightly conversations in the moonlit garden, their decision to marry, and their ceremony in Friar Lawrence's chapel. With each detail they shared, it became more obvious to Lord and Lady Capulet that their daughter had indeed found true love, the kind of deep and lasting connection that most people could only dream of experiencing. Finally, Lord Capulet rose from his chair and approached the young couple, his face serious but not unkind, his eyes reflecting the weight of the decision he was about to make. "Romeo," he said formally, extending his hand in a gesture that could be interpreted as either welcome or farewell, "if you truly love my daughter as you claim, if you are prepared to spend your life making her happy and protecting her from harm, then I welcome you into our family and ask only that you prove yourself worthy of the treasure you have claimed." Romeo grasped Lord Capulet's hand with firm sincerity, his face lighting up with joy and relief at this acceptance that meant more to him than any worldly honor or achievement ever could. "Thank you, sir," he said with heartfelt gratitude. "I promise you that I will spend every day of my life trying to deserve Juliet's love and your trust, working to be the husband she deserves and the son you can be proud to claim." Lady Capulet embraced her daughter with tears of joy streaming down her face, whispering words of blessing and love into her ear, while marveling at the way happiness had transformed her child into something almost luminous with joy. "If this is what love has done for you," she said softly, "then I can only be grateful that you found it, however unexpectedly it came into our lives." The next stop was the Montague house, where Romeo's parents received the news with similar surprise, followed by growing understanding and eventual joy at their son's happiness. Lord and Lady Montague had watched Romeo's transformation over the past months with wonder, unable to explain the change that had turned their dreamy, melancholy son into a man who seemed to radiate contentment and purpose. When they met Juliet and saw the obvious love that flowed between the young couple, they understood immediately why their son had seemed so blessed and so complete in recent months. The revelation of the secret marriage created initial shock in both households, but the shock quickly gave way to acceptance and then to celebration as both sets of parents recognized that their children had found something rare and precious that should be cherished rather than questioned. Within a week, both families were working together to plan a grand celebration that would allow all of Verona to witness and bless the union that had already been sanctified by God and sealed by love. The public wedding celebration that followed was the most beautiful event Verona had seen in decades, with both families sparing no expense to create a celebration worthy of the love they were honoring. The ceremony took place in the cathedral, with Friar Lawrence performing a renewal of vows that brought tears to the eyes of every witness, while the reception afterward filled the Capulet Gardens with music and laughter and dancing that continued until dawn. Romeo and Juliet stood at the center of it all, radiant with joy and surrounded by the love of their families and friends, finally able to celebrate their love openly and without reservation. They danced together as they had on the night they first met, but now their dance was witnessed and blessed by everyone who mattered to them, a public declaration of the private vows they had spoken months before in the quiet chapel on the hill. As the celebration reached its peak and the stars appeared overhead like diamonds scattered on dark velvet, Romeo and Juliet stole away from the crowd for a few moments alone in the garden where they had first declared their love. Standing beneath the same jasmine vines where they had spoken their heart's deepest truths, they marveled at how far they had come from those secret meetings to this joyous celebration of their union. "We did it," Juliet whispered, looking up at Romeo with eyes that sparkled with tears of joy and wonder. "Our love has triumphed over every obstacle, overcome every challenge, transformed what seemed impossible into the most beautiful reality." "Our love," Romeo replied, taking her hands in his and bringing them to his lips for a gentle kiss, "has proven itself stronger than fear, more powerful than convention, more enduring than any force that tried to stand in its way. We are living proof that true love, patient and kind and faithful, can overcome any obstacle and create miracles that transform not just the lovers themselves, but everyone whose lives they touch." Years passed like pages turning in a beautiful book, each chapter bringing new joys and deeper understanding of the miracle they had been given in finding each other. Romeo and Juliet built a life together that became legendary in Verona for its happiness and harmony, a marriage that served as an example to other young couples of what love could achieve when it was based on genuine compatibility, mutual respect, and unwavering commitment. They created the home they had dreamed of during those secret meetings in the garden, filled with music and books and art that reflected their shared passions and individual interests. Their house became a gathering place for poets and artists, philosophers and musicians, all drawn by the atmosphere of love and creativity that seemed to permeate every room and inspire everyone who entered. The gardens Juliet designed became famous throughout Italy for their beauty, with visitors traveling from distant cities just to walk among the roses and fountains that seemed to embody the very essence of love made visible in flowers and flowing water. Romeo's poetry, inspired by the happiness he had found with Juliet, reached new heights of beauty and insight, touching hearts across the continent and inspiring other lovers to believe in the possibility of finding their own perfect companion. Children came to bless their union, beautiful beings who seemed to inherit the best qualities of both parents. Romeo's romantic soul and poetic nature, combined with Juliet's practical wisdom and gift for nurturing growth in all its forms. The children grew up in an atmosphere of such love and security that they radiated the same joy their parents had found together, carrying forward the legacy of their parents' perfect love into a new generation. The two families, brought together by their children's love, rediscovered the friendship they had once shared and became closer than they had ever been before. The Montague and Capulet houses became centers of hospitality and generosity, their doors always open to those in need, their tables always set for unexpected guests, their gardens always ready to provide sanctuary for troubled souls seeking peace and renewal. As Romeo and Juliet grew older together, their love did not diminish but deepened like wine aging in perfect conditions, becoming richer and more complex with each passing year. They faced the challenges that come to every life: illnesses and losses, disappointments and difficulties, but they faced them together, their bond growing stronger through every trial they endured as partners rather than as individuals struggling alone. They became grandparents and then great-grandparents, watching with joy as their descendants carried forward the values they had embodied: the belief in true love, the commitment to kindness and generosity, the understanding that life's greatest treasures are found not in wealth or status, but in the connections we forge with other souls who recognize and cherish us for who we truly are. In their final years, when their hair had turned silver and their steps had grown slower, but their eyes still held the same light that had first drawn them together across a crowded ballroom, Romeo and Juliet would sit together in their garden, surrounded by the roses they had planted and tended through decades of marriage. They would hold hands as they had on that first night when they met as strangers and recognized each other as soulmates, their fingers intertwined with the familiarity of a lifetime spent touching and being touched by the person who understood them better than they understood themselves. "Do you remember?" Juliet would ask on quiet evenings when the stars appeared overhead like old friends, returning after a long absence. How we used to meet in secret in this very garden, whispering our love to each other as if it were the most precious secret in the world. "I remember everything," Romeo would reply, his voice still filled with wonder at the miracle of their love, even after decades of marriage had made that miracle a daily reality rather than a distant dream. "I remember the first moment I saw you, the first time we danced, the first time we said we loved each other, the first time we dared to imagine a future together. Every moment has been precious. Every day has been a gift. Every year has been a blessing beyond what I ever dared to hope for when I was young and searching for something I couldn't name." And when their time on earth finally came to an end, as it must for all mortal beings regardless of how deeply they love or how perfectly they have lived, Romeo and Juliet passed from this world as they had lived in it, together hand in hand, their love having created something beautiful and lasting that would endure long after their physical forms had returned to the earth that had nurtured them. The story of their love became legend in Verona and beyond, passed down through generations as proof that true love is not just a poet's fancy, but a real force that can transform lives, heal divisions, create beauty where none existed before, and inspire others to believe in the possibility of finding their own perfect companion among all the souls wandering through the world in search of home. Love, in all its wonder and mystery, had triumphed once again in the golden city of dreams, proving that when two hearts are truly meant to be together, not all the forces in the world can keep them apart, and that true love, pure and patient and kind, is indeed the most powerful force in all the universe, capable of creating miracles that last for eternity and touch countless lives with their beauty and truth. Romeo and Juliet had found their happily ever after, and their story would be told for generations to come as proof that love conquers all, that dreams do come true for those who believe in them strongly enough, and that somewhere in this vast and sometimes difficult world there is indeed a perfect companion waiting for every soul brave enough to recognize love when it appears and wise enough to cherish it once it is found.